Good morning. I believe that we should now start. Thank you. It is a deep honor and a great pleasure to be in here at the Urban Greening Biennale with you, where we can all dream together about the future of our cities. Because as we know, cities are just much more than a collection of buildings. They're an ecosystem where all of us can connect with nature and we can connect with each other. So having said this, I would like, of course, to compliment my colleagues and the chairs of this amazing conference, Claudia Fernandes and Isabel Silva, and congratulate them for setting up such an interesting group of people. Well deserved. So we have an incredible group of speakers today, from visionary urban ecologists to pioneering landscape architects, people that have shaped the cities that they live and work in, and people that will also help us into thinking how we can make better cities and more sustainable cities. Of course, I would like to start by addressing the high quality and the stellar work of yesterday's speakers, from Nigel Dunnett, Claudia West, Salvador Rueda, Anna Hand, Noel Kingsbury, and Robert Ryan. I must give a personal note to Salvador Rueda, because the comments I heard yesterday is that after yesterday's presentation, none of us will ever look at the hashtag sign in the same way. So this was transversal to everybody. We'll all think about super blocks and mega blocks. So these people, they gave us a lot to think, and I'm quite sure that today we're going to have the same experience. So we're going to start with two visions of a tree forest planting plan for Madrid and for Porto. We'll have the deep pleasure of having Maria and my dear friend and colleague Paulo with us, presenting the plans. So we're going to start with Maria Sanchez Blanco. This is the part where I have to read the CV because it's very extensive. Maria is the head of the Urban Tree Conservation Unit at the City Hall of Madrid. She has a degree in agriculture engineering from the Polytechnic University of Madrid. Maria has been dedicated to urban tree management since 1994. She currently oversees the tree evaluation and review service, focusing on assessing tree risks and analyzing failures within Madrid urban forest. So I would like to invite Maria to come and discuss the Plan Director del Arbolado Viario de Madrid. I hope I said it correctly. And where she'll highlight some strategies that I'm quite sure that all of us can apply in our work. Maria, welcome to the stage.
Bon dia. I'm sorry I don't speak English. I hope you understand my conference in español. Estoy encantada de estar aquí con todos vosotros para compartir mi experiencia con el arbolado. Gracias por invitarme y darme esta oportunidad. Y en concreto voy a hablar del Plan Director del Arbolado Viario de Madrid. El documento está colgado en la página web del ayuntamiento, que es madrid.es. Si lo queréis ver, ahí hay mucha documentación sobre el arbolado que es muy interesante. Yo aquí en esta conferencia, voy a dar unas pequeñas pinceladas de lo que es la estructura básica de un plan director, los objetivos que se pretenden y al final hablaré de lo que considero que es importante que figure en un plan director. Hoy en día a nadie le cabe la menor duda de que el arbolado es necesario en las ciudades. Los ciudadanos necesitan árboles para mejorar su salud en la ciudad. Todos pensamos también que cuantos más árboles, mejor. Pero cuidado, ¿en qué condiciones? ¿En qué condiciones van a vivir los árboles en la ciudad? Eso es lo que tiene que dar respuesta un plan director. Un plan director tiene que tener, por un lado, el contexto, la relación del árbol con la ciudad, cómo se comporta el árbol en la ciudad, y por otro lado, tiene que ver con la gestión, cómo va a gestionar ese árbol en esas circunstancias. Y también, englobando a estos dos aspectos, es necesario tener bien claro y definir qué objetivos se pretenden con este plan director. En nuestro caso, es muy evidente. Queremos más árboles, los más posibles. Queremos árboles grandes, con la copa íntegra, más diversidad, más árboles maduros. Todo esto es muy evidente, pero es que es como conseguimos los máximos beneficios del arbolado. Cuando hablo de árboles maduros, lo quiero relacionar con la palabra sostenibilidad, esta palabra que está tan en uso últimamente y que viéndole en el diccionario dice mantener durante largo tiempo sin agotar los recursos. Eso, relacionado con el árbol, significa que cuando el árbol llega a su madurez tenemos que intentar mantenerlo en el mejor estado posible, el mayor tiempo posible y sin agotar sus recursos, con la copa íntegra. Significa eso. Por tanto, el objetivo de cualquier proyecto tiene que ser el árbol maduro. Muchas veces nos olvidamos, plantamos, hacemos un diseño perfecto, pero tenemos que pensar en el árbol maduro, que es el que va a aguantar todo el tiempo posible. Árboles, queremos más árboles, más grandes, diversidad, árboles maduros. Bien, dentro de estos dos aspectos, el contexto se incluiría pues, la infraestructura que es necesaria, o sea, que la infraestructura que ofrece la ciudad al árbol. Habría que hablar de eso, en concreto de la ciudad en la que estamos hablando. Las condiciones de plantación. Hablaré un poco de lo que es alcorque y suelo de plantación, que no es lo mismo. El árbol se planta para obtener unos beneficios. Debe cumplir entonces una serie de requisitos. Y es necesario también tener un inventario para saber qué tenemos, cuánto tenemos y cómo lo tenemos. Desde el aspecto de la gestión, pues figurarán en el plan director pues, todas las labores que son necesarias para mantener ese arbolado que tenemos en esas circunstancias concretas. ¿Qué recursos son los necesarios? ¿Y qué presupuesto conlleva? Porque muchas veces todos pensamos, el árbol es muy necesario, los políticos también, pero luego el presupuesto está a una escala muchísimo más pequeña. El árbol en la ciudad es un continuo de conflictos. Genera suciedad a la caída de las hojas, plagas, interferencias, las raíces levantan las raíces, el pavimento. Por tanto, en el plan director también se tiene que figurar cómo se van a resolver todos esos conflictos. El árbol lleva un riesgo asociado. El árbol en la ciudad lleva un riesgo asociado. Por tanto, hay que asumir, si queremos árboles en la ciudad, hay que asumir ese riesgo. Y lo que necesitamos es tener un control de ese riesgo. De ahí la seguridad, que es importante en el aspecto que figure en el plan director. También, un poco englobando todos estos aspectos, es necesario determinar una serie de indicadores de qué es lo que tenemos, a dónde queremos llegar, cuál sería lo mejor y qué acciones son necesarias para llegar a ello. Y, por tanto, qué compromisos adquiere el ayuntamiento para conseguirlo. Debe figurar en el plan director. Bien, ¿qué ofrece la ciudad al árbol? ¿No? Tiene que figurar condiciones de diseño, condiciones de urbanismo, condiciones medioambientales, climáticas, tipo de secciones de calle, todo lo que vaya a afectar al árbol, para saber qué podemos, la infraestructura en la que va a vivir el árbol. Condiciones de contaminación, de compactación, de obras, todo. Porque la ciudad no es la naturaleza. En el momento en que plantamos un árbol, empiezan las restricciones, tanto aéreas como subterráneas. De forma que el árbol se ve totalmente alterado y ya pierde su estructura natural y se convierte en un árbol frágil. Luego, que no nos extrañe que se caen las ramas o los árboles. Bien, en cuanto a qué condiciones restrictivas de plantación va a tener, muchas veces simplemente los proyectos aparecen alcorques, uno por uno por uno. No es lo mismo que el suelo de plantación. El suelo de plantación es el espacio donde van a desarrollar las raíces, donde van a estar las raíces a lo largo de toda la vida. El alcorque es simplemente el hueco, el hoyo de plantación. Cuando se plantan, las raíces, ¿dónde van a estar? Fuera del alcorque. ¿Dónde están las raíces? Fuera del alcorque. En los árboles maduros están fuera del alcorque. Por tanto, si hacemos alcorques uno por uno, totalmente acotados, impenetrables, empiezan los problemas. Las raíces espiralizadas, la asfixia radical, el levantamiento de pavimentos y empiezan los problemas, ¿no? De vuelcos y de malas condiciones. Por tanto, todos los esfuerzos los tenemos que poner en el suelo de plantación, en la tierra de toda la vida. No en el alcorque. El alcorque es una tierra temporal, que también hay que poner los esfuerzos, pero donde tenemos que poner esos suelos estructurales es en donde van a desarrollarse las raíces, si no queremos problemas. Porque ¿qué necesita el árbol, básicamente? Es que todo lo que estoy diciendo es muy evidente. O sea, no creo que os esté diciendo nada nuevo, pero me gusta recalcarlo, porque a veces nos perdemos y olvidamos lo básico. Necesitan aire y agua, y eso es lo que le tenemos que proporcionar. De forma que asegure esos suelos estructurales, ese aire, ese agua y el anclaje para toda la vida. En Madrid estamos empezando con los de obras pues, a hacer este tipo de actuaciones, porque prácticamente se limitaban al alcorque, suelos que van a lo largo de toda la alineación y que luego se pavimentan con pavimentos porosos. El árbol no tiene que sobrevivir en la ciudad, tiene que vivir como ser vivo que es. Es que al final muchas veces parece un elemento de la escena urbana, es un ser vivo, no tiene que sobrevivir, tiene que vivir. Se planta para que aporten los máximos beneficios, por tanto, el árbol tiene que cumplir una serie de requisitos, que son que sea funcional, que esté sano, que sea seguro y que sea bello. En el momento en que cualquiera de estos aspectos no funcionan, tenemos palos que no funcionan, árboles peligrosos, feos. Bueno, a mí me gustan todos los árboles, aún así, ¿no? Pero, y poco seguros, ¿no? Por tanto, aquí, en estos casos, hay que empezar ya a pensar en una renovación, porque lo que buscamos es árbol en toda plenitud que aportan los máximos beneficios. Bien, en cuanto al inventario, conocer lo que tenemos y cómo lo tenemos. Es necesario registrar los datos. Es algo que casi nunca se tiene en cuenta, pero los datos son necesarios para tener una visión global objetiva y real, para evitar subjetividades, para evitar tendencias políticas, para evitar pues, identificar problemática, para poner esos indicadores, ¿no? Para saber qué recursos son necesarios. Es fundamental saber lo que tenemos. Por un lado tenemos los datos del inventario, que pueden ser para valorar de forma cuantitativa el número, la especie, por dónde están distribuidos, otra parte, la parte cualitativa, ¿no? La tasa de renovación, los ciclos de vida. Y en Madrid, en concreto, tenemos registrados muchos datos sobre el riesgo del arbolado, porque se recogen tanto las inspecciones como las incidencias, de forma que nos sirve para obtener patrones de fallos, seleccionar poblaciones que hay que aumentar la frecuencia de revisión, para aplicar modelos de probabilidad de fallo, modelos de predicción de incidencias, detectar qué variables son las que más influyen en los fallos. Todo esto lo digo porque muchas veces nos olvidamos del árbol maduro, que es el que realmente se le caen las ramas también. Bien, en Madrid contamos con 5.700.000 árboles. Supone una cobertura del 26%. Eso es mucho, poco. Sabemos que estamos en un ranking de las ciudades que más tienen, Pero ¿cómo alcanzar el 28%? ¿En cuánto tiempo lo vamos a conseguir? Pues para eso se tiene que ver qué es lo que tenemos también. Ahí, en ese 26%, está incluido lo privado y lo de patrimonio nacional. Como árbol de responsabilidad municipal tenemos 1.700.000 árboles, de los que 800.000 son árboles urbanos. Y de estos, unos 250.000 están en las calles, en el viario. Otros 900.000 son de carácter forestal. Bien, pero ya no es tanto el número como cómo está distribuido en la ciudad. ¿Tenemos los más posibles? Pues la mayoría de las calles de la ciudad están arboladas. Tenemos 5.000 calles arboladas. Supone el 54%, pero prácticamente casi todas las calles de Madrid tienen árboles. Las que no tienen es porque tienen infraestructura subterránea debajo que lo impiden, o son muy pequeñas, son muy estrechas y prácticamente no se puede plantar arbolado. Pero seguimos en la búsqueda de todo aquello que se pueda plantar, lo plantamos. Bien, hablábamos de que queremos árboles maduros, ¿no? Pues, ¿qué proporción tenemos y si es adecuada? Pues en Madrid contamos con un 50% del arbolado es maduro, pero también habría que ver qué esperanza de vida tienen esos árboles maduros y en qué estado están, ¿no? Es todo relacionado. ¿Es adecuada esa distribución? También vemos que tenemos árboles adultos y jóvenes que van a sustituir ese arbolado maduro. ¿Será adecuada? ¿Estamos dentro del rango de lo que se considera una distribución adecuada? Parece que sí. En cuanto a la distribución porcentual de especies, contamos con unas 500 especies y subespecies de árboles. Hay bastante diversidad, parece que hay bastante diversidad, pero no. Está todo concentrado en 4 especies. 2 de carácter forestal, que son el pino y el quercus, y en el viario, prácticamente en la zona urbana, están 2, el plátano y el olmo. Por tanto, no es una distribución adecuada. Lo que estamos haciendo es que desde hace años llevamos sustituyendo e incorporando otras especies que están probadas su supervivencia en las condiciones concretas de Madrid. Y estas especies estamos aumentando las coluterrias, las paulonias, los fresnos, las melias, el jingo y el celtis. No estamos aumentando, pero lo mantenemos, los plátanos, las sóforas y los magnolios. Y no estamos plantando chopos, olmos, robinias, moreras, pero con esto no quiero decir que esas especies no sean adecuadas, simplemente no están plantadas en el sitio adecuado, porque un olmo que alcanza 15 metros de diámetro está plantado, en su época se plantó en 2,5 metros de acera. Por tanto, eso ha requerido que estén las estructuras totalmente alteradas, que sea un árbol peligroso, que requiere muchísimos recursos. Por tanto, no es adecuado en esa situación, pero claro que se puede plantar en el arbolado urbano. A mí muchas veces me da miedo eso de decir, no, esta especie no, cuidado, en esas condiciones no. También hablábamos de que queremos árboles grandes. Vamos a ver, ¿qué porcentaje tenemos en Madrid de árboles grandes? Pues el 77% en lo que es el árbol urbano y en concreto en las calles el 70%. La mayoría son árboles, por eso tenemos tantos árboles grandes, son plátanos, perdón. ¿Y cómo lo tenemos? Pues lo que hablaba antes, esas estructuras prácticamente debilitadas, no son funcionales, queremos copas como esta, copas enteras. ¿Cuál es el problema de estas copas? Pues que se han abusado de las podas. ¿Por qué? Por el miedo a las fracturas de ramas, ¿no? Y por esto lo quiero enlazar con la seguridad. El miedo es el peor enemigo del árbol. Nosotros queremos mantener el mayor número de árboles grandes y maduros en plenitud de copa con el mínimo riesgo posible. Ese es nuestro reto. Lo más fácil sería cortar este árbol a la mitad y nos quitamos los problemas, pero hemos destrozado el árbol. 2 conceptos quería también añadir aquí. El árbol no necesita poda. En sí mismo el árbol no requiere ninguna poda. Es algo que hemos necesitado nosotros, porque por una mala praxis, lo hemos metido encajonado en unas condiciones en las que hemos hecho que sea necesario la poda, pero el árbol no necesita poda. Y la poda es siempre una agresión, siempre. Estos dos conceptos los tenemos que tener impregnados en nuestro ADN profesional y saber transmitirlo tanto a los políticos como a los ciudadanos, que son los que nos presionan para que hagamos ese tipo de podas. Tenemos que tener claro que cualquier poda es siempre una agresión. Cuando se realizan estos tipos de podas drásticos, ¿qué hace el árbol? Emitir un montón de rebrotes para volver a recuperar esa copa que tenía. ¿Por qué? Por algo tan simple, porque necesita hojas para hacer la fotosíntesis, que es con lo que se autoalimenta. Es todo muy básico, pero nos perdemos a veces lo más importante. Cada especie está genéticamente diseñada para alcanzar un tamaño y un volumen. Por mucho que nos empeñemos en reducir su copa, van a intentar volver a recuperar ese volumen para el que están diseñados. Por tanto, no tiene sentido reducir la copa de árboles de forma sistemática y como si fueran setos. No tiene ningún sentido. Esto es un ejemplo de una alineación de olmos que en el 2017 se reduce la copa, un poco por miedo a las ramas caídas, por interferencias, pero el año siguiente ha recuperado todo ese volumen. ¿Ha servido de algo esa poda? Cuando lo único que hemos obtenido es árboles frágiles, una estructura, más heridas innecesarias, una pérdida de su estructura innata, desvitalización. Cualquier corte es un perjuicio para el árbol. Cualquiera de esas heridas puede evolucionar a pudrición y la mayoría de las fracturas están asociados a esos cortes. Aquí vemos, se hizo un corte, se eliminó una rama estructural, al poco tiempo se ha partido el árbol por esa herida. Tenemos miles de ejemplos así, de antiguos terciados que se hacían, pues esas estructuras debilitadas acaban por partirse. Los árboles no son peligrosos, los hacemos peligrosos. Porque un árbol de riesgo es que existe una probabilidad de fallo, ¿por qué? Porque tiene un defecto que tiene su origen en esas heridas. También ese fallo puede causar un daño. La palabra daño, ese es el miedo que tenemos siempre, ¿no? ¿Por qué? Porque existe una diana. Nos empeñamos en poner las dianas debajo de los árboles frágiles. Pues eso se puede cambiar, a lo mejor cambiando la diana y no destrozando el árbol. Bien, en Madrid, un poco concienciados con eso, pues desde 2018 implantamos un servicio que era para la evaluación del riesgo del arbolado, ¿no? Para inspeccionar el árbol, porque lo que queremos es incrementar las inspecciones, no incrementar las podas. Entonces, aumentamos la frecuencia de las revisiones, promovemos la inspección en altura, nos subimos al árbol porque desde abajo muchas veces se ve desde otra perspectiva y no se sabe lo que está sucediendo. Y arriba podemos ver cómo está fortaleciendo el árbol, qué necesidad tiene de eliminar una rama concreta o algo así. Comparamos, vemos la evolución de esos defectos para intentar detectar e interpretar si el árbol está creando esas estrategias para fortalecer esos puntos débiles. Y hacemos actuaciones puntuales. Hay veces que con eliminar la rama que va a fallar es suficiente, no hace falta cortar el árbol entero. Entonces, hacemos inspecciones por todo el arbolado maduro de la ciudad, recogiendo datos. ¿Y qué es lo que buscamos? Pues este tipo de grietas, pudriciones, cavidades, hongos de descomposición, ramas que salen de copa, corteza incluida con grieta ya que se va a partir, grietas en el terreno, raíces estrangulantes. Vemos la evolución y cómo se está comportando el árbol en aquellos defectos, ¿no? Desplazamientos de copas con probabilidad de fallo. Vemos cómo está la madera por dentro, si hay madera suficiente para resistir lo que tiene, la carga que tiene. Evaluamos en altura, que es que lo consideramos fundamental. Antes de cortar nada, antes de cortar grandes ramas, preferimos hacer una sustentación artificial, porque esa herida va a generar una pudrición y ya va a desvitalizar todo el árbol, ¿no? Queremos todos los árboles con toda su copa, aunque haga falta apoyos. Contamos con una siloteca, que es donde recogemos todo tipo de defectos para saber estudiar qué es lo que pasa al árbol, cómo se está comportando, que nos sirva para formarnos internamente y externamente también. Esto es una pequeña imagen que hicimos al principio. Tenemos el doble de defectos. Bien, de estas inspecciones que hemos aumentado, simplemente hemos hecho 5.100 actuaciones inmediatas, que han requerido una actuación inmediata de llegar y hacerlo, porque había cierta probabilidad de fallo, una elevada probabilidad de fallo. Tenemos localizados dónde están los puntos donde más ramas se caen. ¿Para qué? Para meter todos los esfuerzos ahí, para tener localizados en caso de eventos meteorológicos dónde se producen los fallos, ¿no? Y aumentar la frecuencia de revisión. Sabemos en qué porcentaje caen los árboles, dónde están localizados, que es bastante similar en casi todos los países. ¿Qué especies son las que más fallan? Que en el caso concreto de Madrid, pues es el olmo, la sófora, el pino, el plátano, la robinia, pero claro, son las especies que más tenemos. Entonces, si lo llevamos a relativizar con el número de unidades que hay, pues ya la tasa baja. El plátano, que parecía mucho, la tasa es bastante pequeña y encima lo que se cae del plátano son ramas pequeñas, no como el olmo o el chopo, que tiene una tasa la más alta en estos casos y lo que se caen son ramas grandes. En fin, tenemos un montón de datos, aquí relacionamos, sabemos qué defectos están asociados a esos fallos y aquí vemos que la pudrición, consecuencia de esas heridas que se hacían, es el defecto más asociado a la caída en copa y en tronco. Bien, podemos bajar hasta el detalle del defecto asociado a vuelcos de pinos, que vemos que el 22% son por raíces estrangulantes. Fijaros, es un defecto de cultivo. Por eso es tan importante que cuando plantamos las cosas, cuando las proyectamos, lo hagamos bien, porque este defecto ha salido a 20 o 30 años después. Estas raíces especializadas que venían en un cepellón o en un cepellón escayolado, al crecer, al desarrollarse, han ido estrangulando su propia raíz y ha dado la cara después, 30 años. También relacionamos las caídas con la meteorología y vemos claramente que en situaciones de aumento de acumulación de agua, con esta línea gris, que es la velocidad del viento con rachas superiores a 60 km por hora, aumentan mucho las fracturas y sobre todo los vuelcos, que son estos naranjitas, ¿no? Y cuando hay solo elevado viento, pues también aumentan un montón las fracturas, sobre todo cuando tienen todas las hojas los árboles. Bien, obtenemos también patrones de fallos, qué falla según qué especie. Todo esto lo relaciono porque si queremos tener árboles maduros, conocer todo esto nos va a evitar eliminarlos. Queremos mantenerlos. Entonces, saber qué falla de cada especie nos va a ayudar a conocer más de estos árboles. ¿Se puede modelizar el riesgo? Pues lo que hacemos es con los datos de inspección y con los datos de incidencias, los metemos en modelos de probabilidad y así seleccionamos aquellas poblaciones que necesitan, que requieren más de nuestras inspecciones, de evaluar, ¿no? ¿Y qué es lo que tenemos que evaluar? ¿Qué variables son las que más inciden en los fallos? ¿Ves? Aquí lo decía la gráfica, también lo dicen los modelos. La precipitación acumulada y las temperaturas y las rachas de viento superiores a 60 km por hora aumentan un montón. Por eso, las fracturas, por eso se cierran determinados parques, que hay muchas polémicas. ¿Por qué cerráis los parques? Pues por estas condiciones, porque aumentan bastante, sobre todo en los parques históricos se cierran. También podemos calcular con la tasa de incidencia y los portes, pues seleccionar qué especies son a las que tenemos que dirigirnos, porque ¿para qué nos vamos a ir a evaluar un Prunus pisardi, que lo que se cae es una ramita pequeña y de baja altura? Vamos a poner los esfuerzos donde realmente los tenemos que poner. Entonces se trata de ese 1.700.000 árboles, hacer una selección de árboles maduros para inspeccionarlos de una forma y dentro de esos una población con mayor probabilidad de fallo y así tener controlado el riesgo del arbolado. volviendo al plan director, que decíamos lo de los indicadores, ¿qué nivel de riesgo se tiene en el arbolado de Madrid? Pues uno de los indicadores sería saber el número de incidencias. ¿Qué porcentaje, qué tasa de incidencia tenemos anualmente? Pues está entre el 0,25 y el 0,34. Alguien puede decir si eso es mucho, poco, si está dentro de un rango tolerable o no, pues lo veremos a lo largo de los años, ¿no? Y lo más importante, esos vuelcos si han provocado algún daño. El año pasado en Madrid tuvimos un daño grave de muerte de una joven que se volcó un árbol, con un temporal que hubo. Pero, ¿qué supone de tasa frente a todo lo que se lleva? Pues es el 0,14% de daños a personas de todas las incidencias, pero si lo relativizamos al número de habitantes que tiene Madrid, que son 3.200.000, supone un 0,005%. Eso es poco o mucho, ¿es asumible ese riesgo? Bien, y ya para terminar finalmente, quería lo que hablaba de lo más importante, lo que considero lo más importante en un plan, pero que no puede figurar en un plan, porque prácticamente no se puede escribir, y son 3 aspectos: el tiempo del árbol, la observación del árbol y centrar el foco. El tiempo del árbol es tomar conciencia de que el tiempo del árbol no es el mismo que nuestro tiempo. ¿Pero qué estamos haciendo? Lo estamos metiendo en nuestra inmediatez actual. Queremos resultados ya, queremos que parezca que hacemos cosas y rápidamente, y todo va muy rápido. Y el árbol no funciona así. El árbol necesita tiempo, y lo que tenemos que hacer es respetar el tiempo del árbol. Yo en mi vida profesional, que será 20, 30 años, voy a coincidir con estos árboles que se han plantado muy poco. Voy a ver su juventud, no voy a ver nada más de estos árboles. Del Ahuehuete del Retiro, que tiene 400 años, voy a coincidir un 9%. ¿Qué es eso? Y un 20% el arbolado de alineación del Paseo del Prado, por ejemplo. Y de ese 20% es que voy a ir una vez al año a verlo. Me parece de una soberbia pretender conocer, decir que conozco, que tengo un gran conocimiento del arbolado. No, hay que reconocer con humildad que apenas conocemos nada de los árboles. Todos esos árboles llevan muchos años ahí, y porque yo lo vea una vez voy a saber lo que le tengo que hacer. ¿Cuánto tiempo lleva el árbol para cubrir una herida? El tiempo del árbol pues ha llevado prácticamente del principio que tenía una herida, que a lo mejor hubiésemos hasta talado el árbol porque era una herida fea, pues le hemos dejado, y al final ha pasado 12 años para fortalecer esa herida. Tenemos que dejar que el árbol crea sus propias estrategias, ¿no? 10 años en encapsular heridas. ¿Cuánto tiempo, por ejemplo, tenía la rama que se ha eliminado en esta sófora? Esta rama tenía 16 años formando parte del árbol, aportando al árbol, y la hemos quitado así tan ligeramente. A mí me hace mucho que pensar, y me hace más pensar todavía que para volver a recuperar esa estructura prácticamente necesita otros 16 años. ¿No? Son muchos años para pensar ahí, actuar sobre el árbol. Por tanto, tenemos ante nosotros los seres más resilientes. Aprovechémonos de su fortaleza, de su inteligencia, de sus estrategias, de su capacidad de adaptación. Simplemente lo que tendríamos que hacer es observar el árbol, dejar hacer al árbol lo que es del árbol. Simplemente observar antes que actuar, interpretar qué es lo que nos está queriendo decir el árbol, interpretar esas estrategias con las que está fortaleciendo, pero que no tenemos esa visión nosotros, no tenemos esa percepción prácticamente. Interpretar antes que manipular, intentar nosotros dirigir algo que se nos escapa. Esperar antes que precipitarnos y quitarnos nosotros el problema de encima. Acompañar antes que ejecutar. Porque el gran problema del arbolado muchas veces es que el foco lo ponemos en nosotros mismos. Los políticos, más árboles para tener más votos. Los ciudadanos, sus derechos. Que tengo mi derecho, voy a solicitar la poda. Los técnicos, pues para solucionar nuestros problemas. Y realmente el foco no lo estamos poniendo en el árbol. Si ponemos el foco en el árbol, conseguiremos los objetivos que pretendemos de más árboles, más grandes, más árboles maduros con toda su copa y obtendremos los máximos beneficios. El objetivo es el árbol, no nosotros. Obrigada.
Muchas gracias, María. Ha sido una reflexión muy clara sobre el árbol en el contexto urbano. Me ha quedado una frase que es que el miedo es el peor enemigo del árbol, y esa me ha quedado aquí. Y doy nota de que ayer, cuando todos nosotros venimos a la fundación, la calle de la fundación era una calle muy bonita. Hoy ya no es, porque están cortando los árboles junto a un emprendimiento de lujo de apartamentos. Así que tenemos que estar todos prestando atención a estas cuestiones, y ha sido una presentación muy clara. So, the next presentations, they actually... sorry, let's just keep it silent. So the next presentation actually blends really well together with this presentation. I believe that the two presentations are very complementary, and they actually reveal how we are thinking the same problem the same way. So I'd like to, of course, introduce Paulo Marques. Paulo is a landscape architect and associate professor at the Faculty of Sciences of the University of Porto. Paulo holds a degree in landscape architecture from the University of Lisbon and a PhD from the University of Sheffield. His research focuses on designing green public spaces, urban biodiversity, and vegetation in landscapes. He also manages the Campo Alegre Botanical Park, which is part of the University of Porto Botanical Garden. Today, Paulo will introduce the afforestation plan for the streets of Porto, and welcome, Paulo, the stage is yours.
Olá, bom dia, obrigado. Eu não sei em que língua vou falar, faço sempre esta pergunta na minha sala, mas basta haver um estudante Erasmus que eu falo inglês. How many English-speaking people there are in the room? Maybe Okay, it's better in English. Well, I could try in Portuguese, don't you think? Okay, so I'll go back and forth in Portuguese and in English. I start to congratulate my colleagues, Isabel and Claudia, for the magnificent organization of this event. We as a school are very proud to be part of it. And I came here with lots of technical problems because my PowerPoint was not working just a minute ago, but I hope the thing goes smoothly and I switch from Portuguese to English as far as I can. So we could understand ourselves more easily. It was very impressive, the previous presentation, which I congratulate. It's like talking to Philip II and the King of Portugal. When Philip II took over with all the Habsburg power, and Madrid with all its beautiful capital. I really envy Madrid because it's a wonderful place, a wonderful city, very charming and very pleasant to go. And the trees of Madrid are great, and you have lots of trees, and you have a great policy towards trees, although you presented lots of problems as well. My idea here is to show you this exercise we made for the municipality of Porto, and this exercise has its main aim in focusing on the opportunities we have on the streets to grow trees. Streets are not the best space to grow trees. We really are not very happy with the space we have to have trees in streets. So we won't solve our green structure problem with streets and with trees in streets. But it's very good to have them there. They can play a lot of important roles, and we really need to compensate a lot of things we are not having in the public space because we don't have enough public spaces with trees, so we have to rely on streets to have trees. So the focus of our work are the streets. O foco do nosso trabalho são as ruas. Ruas, calles. I like the names, very different from the Spanish. Ruas and calles, very different. So this is the team we've been working. It's a very big team with landscape architects, with also the help of urbanists and architects at some point. And we really have a strong also contribution of colleagues from geography, which engage themselves in discussing bioclimatology in the urban streets, so the effect or the climate, the microclimate of the streets, and how we can perform with that, and how actually street trees can play a very important role in changing that microclimate. So why we need to have street trees? Because we don't have enough public space to have trees, basically. And because trees are beautiful, and because trees are very powerful in the way they engage with ourselves and the way they give us all sorts of things that, you know, that much. But trees and streets, although they can produce all sorts of very good benefits for the streets, they also have real problems. And it poses us immediately a question: what is a street tree? And a street tree is, you know, a poor living thing who can live completely, you know, growing in a very difficult way, not space to develop its roots, not space to develop its crown and its trunk. And, of course, we have to shape it. We are animals, and as animals, we cannot live together with trees the same way trees grow. So we cut the trees, and we actually make a very big trunk so the vehicles, the emergency vehicles can go below its crown, so people can walk below its crown, so we can have enough space so the trees don't grow immediately towards the facades of the buildings or even to the limit of the property. So we have really, really great constraints in growing these beautiful things. And my colleague before me told you that the best tree is the biggest tree. It's no use to have lots of small, nicey little trees all over the place. They are nice. We can you know, grow them just for the pleasure of having them near us. But the problem is that we need big trees. Nós precisamos de árvores grandes. São as árvores grandes que fazem a diferença. As árvores pequenas apenas nos compensam, nos fazem compensações, muitas vezes ornamentais, altamente importantes para a nossa vida, mas não são as produtoras mais importantes de serviços de ecossistemas. Qual é a dificuldade? Nós não temos espaço para as árvores grandes. We won't have space for the big trees, and this is the limiting factor, is the width of the street, and we need really to find space for it. So then it poses another question. What is the minimal and most interesting minimal tree for a street? Because, as I said, it's no use to have just small little things. The politicians do that all the time. They plant lots of little bits and pieces in streets and say, we make this tree development in streets, but it's not enough. Although the Spanish have great experience in having small trees in streets, because they inherited just like we did, but they developed it much further, like the orange trees in streets. So orange trees are great. They are beautiful. And they can be pruned wherever we like. And they keep themselves green, and they can add the orangey touch every year. So you have beautiful trees just by the fact you have orange trees in streets. It's not the same here. We don't have the same tradition, although in the southern areas of the country, we have that possibility, and we should engage it in more. But those trees are not enough for the needs we have now in the urban context. So we need at least a tree with a trunk. In a trunk that we can go under the trunk, and we can go under the trunk with a truck. Under the trunk with a truck. Debaixo do tronco com caminhão. Grande caminhão que possa passar e possa resgatar pessoas quando, sobretudo, há problema e problema de fogo. Mas, ao mesmo tempo, at the same time, that trunk cannot just be a tree trunk. We need something above the tree trunk, at least half of the size of the trunk, or in better situations, twice the size of the trunk. So we ended up with this hypothesis. We work with hypotheses. We never have sure of anything. We just go step by step, trying to get closer to what we have. So, and we also consider that we should have this type of size of trees, this minimum size of trees, in a period of 20 to 30 years. Why we use these 20 to 30 years? 20 to 30 anos, árvore de duração máxima, pelo menos. Because we know by consulting the literature in some well-known cities where they have a very strong policy for street trees that most of the trees are not so viable after the 30 years. Doesn't mean that we have to get rid of them when they get to 30 years, but it's a good time to tell the politicians and to the managers that we can have trees and plant trees from 20 to 30 years. And according to these minimum height of trees, minimum size of trees, we can have good species with that type of performance. And at the same time, we can have all the benefits. So if we are having problems, maybe with some species, maybe it's a good idea to replace them all in one row. I've been to Berlin a few years ago, and there were, they play a lot with limes. In Berlin, they fazem muitos trabalhos com tílias. A tília é uma árvore muito importante na Alemanha e elemento estruturante, é uma espécie do chopo deles. And the way they play with the lime trees is that they constantly are replacing the lime trees with 30 to 40 years old, in a row, all of them. But they are German. They have a different type of opportunities. So maybe we have to have a different perspective. Although these are the setting for our hypothesis, and therefore we could then discuss what would be the minimum street, the minimum size of street that could withstand street trees. And so we started to make, using all these lengths, with the fire department and with the security department, the Plano Diretor Municipal do Porto, where they already have size of the sidewalks. And also we introduced this idea of trying to use species that have the possibility not to grow that much towards the limit of the public space or towards the facade. So 1 meter would be, in this 20-year period, the estimation we gave to play with these trees. So it means, as you said, that we cannot have trees in every street. So how can we have trees in streets? It's an exercise human beings have been done in cities for a long time. They started, of course, in Italy in the Renaissance. And particularly what I want to show you, the opportunity of this public space started when they started to have cannons. So they got rid of the walls, the big walls surrounding the cities. As grandes muralhas, when the muralhas foram deitadas abaixo, they turned down the walls, they got the first public spaces, linear public spaces, these channel spaces, where they developed the first introduction of street trees. Going back to Philip II, he was the first guy was not a nice name for him, but he was the first man to plant in Porto a very important intervention with street trees. In Cordoaria, in a very important space in Porto, called also Largo do Olival, the olive tree plaza or space, open space, where he actually developed an intervention with trees for the public to walk under the shade. But he was very powerful, that man. He was doing a similar situation in Mexico City. He was doing a similar situation probably in the lowland countries of Europe. So he was very bright, very intelligent, and very well educated in terms of his idea of the world. So I'm very thankful to Philip II and his attitude towards the trees in Porto. And we suspect, although they say they are álamos, means probably the poplars or white poplars, but I suspect they were elms, ulmus, the trees they planted here, and which were the street trees by those days, or the trees in cities. It's a very important thing why these trees are actually the leaders of the planting. So then you go, all our work reflects on these opportunities and this knowledge, and of course the Spanish had what we also have here in Portugal called the passeios. We have here in Portuguese the word passeios, and o Passeio del Prado, which is very famous, and Passeio das Fontainhas, Passeio das Virtudes, which were walks, places long like linear parks where the population would recreate under the shade of street trees. So it's interesting to have that, and also to understand how boulevards became boulevards, because of the walls going down and the walls creating space. And boulevard is a military designation for a specific element of a defensive wall. That's why the name boulevard is called boulevard, because the boulevard is a bulwark, is a military construction in the wall. So that's why the Boulevard Saint-Antoine in Paris actually became, gave the name Boulevard, and then Boulevard became a designation for wide open avenues with trees. And of course, these wide open avenues were not planned to have for the trees, were planned for the cannons to fight the revolutions and the rebellions of Paris. So they have enough space, but with that, they have enough space. Like in Barcelona now, they have a lot of space because they planned these cities with very wide streets, and now they can play with these fantastic spaces for the new quadras, for the new greenery, and it happens particularly with the cities after the 19th century new urban design, which was very much powered by this idea of safety in the public space, and of course also the possibility of having a more hygienic life in the cities. So we took information for all these cities, which were very, very important for us. And then we got back to our small space, to our small city, but with very interesting opportunities for street trees. So we studied the city, and the first in 3 phases in this work, where we understood what type of streets we had. We realized that we have narrow streets, medium streets, and large streets. And then we got to the idea some of them can have trees. In the second phase, we have a plan where we set up a set of models for the streets, and then we also have some exercises of design. We selected 10 case studies where we would try to demonstrate what type of models we were going to engage with. So we came up with this result, trees with streets and trees without streets, and we organized these 5 ranks of trees according to the width of the potential width of the trees for that period between 20 and 30 years time, which is already a speculation. We have to work with speculation. We don't have enough data, and data with living things, it's not always so rigid. Our labs are very difficult to control, and the results are difficult to control, but we go close to some sort of reliable answers. So we have these type of classes of trees. We go from the very narrow ones to the very large ones. The very large ones are the ones we want. What we want are the large trees. But we have a little problem. We don't have large streets. So we don't know where to put the large ones anymore. Saying to the politicians, we are not going to solve the tree problem in streets. We need space, open space, large spaces for the streets. So these are also the classes of the organization of the width of the streets, and according, of course, the study we did in Porto, and of course the most common streets are the narrow ones and the medium ones. Very rarely we have large ones, and we try to articulate the size of the trees and width of the trees with the size of the streets. And we ended up with this type of reflection and situation, and we showed the municipality. So these are the streets you can use to plant trees. And this was not easy because the politicians and decision makers were not happy to see that, no, the majority of the streets could not have trees. Otherwise, you will have problems with them, severe problems, at least with the trees with that minimum size I presented you. So there we make these maps showing where the narrow streets were, where the medium streets were, and the large street were. And also now we were able to develop these design and planning exercise where you could exercise in space the type of models of tree planting, os modelos de arborização. So nós, depois de sabermos bem como é que as ruas, qual era o seu tamanho e que tipo de árvores mínimas para aquelas ruas nós lá podíamos ter, podemos começar a exercitar modelos espacializados, porque isto tem sempre uma reflexão fortemente espacializada e, portanto, tem a ver com a nossa disciplina de arquitetura paisagista, de modo a poder começar a demonstrar aquilo que era a nossa hipótese. So we started for like the model of the models, you know, like an ideal situation where we would have space for for people walking in sidewalks, spaces for the trees, spaces for trucks and cars, and spaces even in the middle side, in the middle space of the lane, where you could have over middle intervention, also engaging ourselves with the drainage of the water from the sides of the lanes and of the sidewalks. So this would be like the perfect utopian situation where a lot of trees could grow. It doesn't happen this way. What we have in the majority of situations is this situation where the majority of streets can happen in this context. And this is not good enough, environmentally speaking. So we, according to the narrow streets, ruas estreitas, we have this type of situation. If we want to have a viable tree during 20 to 30 years without a lot of intervention for the municipality, because we also are worried with the amount of work municipalities have to do, as my colleague showed before. But again, it's a big municipality. It's a very powerful situation. In all municipalities, we don't have the same type of means, and we need to have space for the tree so the tree can work and can develop well. And we also have a very difficult problem to solve, which is this difficult problem. It's never enough space for the roots, and the roots are what, in a way, are the soul of the tree. If we don't have good roots, we can never have good trees. So then, of course, we have models for the middle-sized streets, as ruas médias, with this type of size of 15 meters of width. We can also have a central tree or trees at the same site. We prefer the central trees because it means that we can have bigger trees, just one tree in the middle, but bigger trees, so with better effect in the ecosystem services and all the ecological performance, as well as the aesthetic and visual performance as well. Although some urbanists don't like this type of design, because they like to see that narrow, as if we're all kings, driving along the alleys of the trees. But we insist a lot that this is the best situation, although we still need to have space for that. And of course, with larger streets, we have a completely different opportunity and things get better. And of course, with a very large tree, we can engage ourselves in all sorts of possibilities, and it's very viable. We can even engage ourselves in the opportunity of having like garden streets, which are very fashionable in some cities of the world. As ruas jardim, que estão neste momento a ficar muito na moda, mas obviamente obrigam a ter ruas muito largas e, no fundo, ter espaços ou parques lineares. So what is our conclusion with these models? Is that we found out that if we want to have street trees, we need to have space, a proper space for the street trees. Minimum 2.5 meters, 2 meters, 0.10 centimeters of land to plant it, and then enough space so they can develop the roots and they can develop the crown in a healthy way. And of course, we had tried to apply that in 10 case studies. We selected all these streets according to a set of criteria, some of having small streets or medium streets, large streets, and we exercised the models in each of these streets in a very specific type of landscape architecture design exercise. And of course, now I'm just going to show you 5 examples, otherwise it wouldn't come out of the space. So these 5 examples I'm showing you will also have trees from the city center and trees from the seaside area of the city, where we have a different situation. The trees from the seaside streets have some sort of historical importance, some reference importance. They actually stand for a typical urban landscape, which is very much associated with the seaside life from the end of the 19th century to the beginning of the 18th century, to the beginning of the 20th century. And they have to have a certain type of trees, and these streets have to have even a certain type of pruning. So pruning trees now is important. There's always been, we have to look at that more attentively, and sometimes it's the result, it's a solution for situations where we need to have very robust species with a very quick growth so they can provide very efficient ecosystem services, but at the same time, we don't have space for them. So it's a paradox. It's a terrible paradox. Because the nicey trees that grow slowly and don't make any mess are not good enough for the 20-year period. So it's a challenge. I'm contradicting myself. I'm contradicting what I'm saying, but it's a challenge. So if you go to our history and think about how we have been engaging ourselves with trees and managing trees in our history, you have a lot of information, how we have pruned them. Then, with the naturalistic influence of the 18th century, very much powered by the philosophers of Northern Europe, we have a different approach. We believe that, and we practice that naturalistic size of trees is what we want, but sometimes when we have no opportunities, we have to have a more, let's say, interventionist approach. So we won't be able to have trees nearby because we won't be able to change our street trees in a very short period of time. That's why I'm talking about Foch. Foch is an important space in this city. It's rich, it's referential, it's by the sea, and not many species go there, and we need to have a particular approach. So we started to make our exercise in a small-sized street, Rua do Heroísmo, and of course we had to go for single alignments of trees with a narrow crown. And this is what we have. Then we have the space for the pedestrians, the space for the cars, and we hope we have space for the trees. So it's nothing special. We are quite conservative in the way we design because it's very interesting to make beautiful and very revolutionary designs. But the thing is, cities don't apply them, or they apply them just for the main road, for the main street. They do that in very specific areas. But we would like this reflection and this study could actually stimulate the intervention in any street, in a common street, not necessarily just in the most interesting ones. So we use this single alignment. And of course, there you see the size of the space for the trees and the fight we had with the municipality organizations related with infrastructure, because they don't know exactly what the infrastructure is at the moment. They haven't mapped it yet completely. So they don't know. They always say, oh, no, you can't do that because we have pipes here and pipes there. And we have electrical devices everywhere in the underground. So we had to negotiate a lot with them and learn as well a lot with them and realize that these process is a constant negotiating process. Of course, this is what we have now, and this is what we can have in the near future. It's not difficult. And of course, with this tree space that can be used if you need, even for parking or for parklets or as a pervious surface, you can improve completely the quality, the environmental and aesthetic quality of the streets. With a medium-sized tree, one of the ugliest trees in Porto, I always say that in public because I like to excite the audience. Porto has probably one of the ugliest streets in the country because they can be dark and dull and grey and irregular, heterogeneous, and they have a charm of its own just because of that. So if you add streets, probably you have a completely different type of situation. One of my previous, the person I worked with, I started to work in Villarreal as a university landscape architecture teacher, and that this professor told me, Professor Torres Castro, that the cities were divided in two, beautiful cities and ugly cities, meaning that the beautiful cities were the cities with street trees. So it's very relevant, the idea how trees can play in our world. So this starts to get not so difficult. More space and of course more opportunity for trees, and then of course this is the street I told it's ugly. It's not. It has its own charm in its grayness, but you can also make a completely different change just by organizing a little bit. The good news is you don't need to change the world to introduce trees. You just need to organize ourselves a little bit and design it with a much more idea of having streets in the focus. Just like my colleague previously said, the focus on the trees, look at them, observe them, live with them, spend time with them, and respect the trees so you can have better spaces. A large tree, another colleague of mine, Professor Manuel Fernandes de Sá, very famous and renowned urbanist in this city, is his favorite street and calls his Boulevard Saint-Michel. And he wants really to have its street developed in a very elegant way. This street is beautiful, is not like the other one, it's beautiful, with very interesting mansions from the turn of the 19th century to the 20th century. And of course, we have a lot of opportunities to have trees here. And of course, our proposal, actually, we could have it in double-side rows, or we could have in a single-side rows, so it's much more interesting this way, and also have a drainage channel in the middle. So this drainage channel can also play a lot to recharge the aquifers of the city, which is a real problem. I've been discussing with my colleague José Miguel, recently the loss of these water table. The water table was going down completely because of the impervious, the growth of the impervious surfaces. O aumento das superfícies impermeáveis nas cidades está a fazer baixar muitíssimo a toalha freática, e as próprias árvores que já não têm nenhum acesso à água à superfície deixam de ter acesso à água na toalha freática, e isto significa que tornam-se menos viáveis durante os anos que nós estamos a viver progressivamente mais quentes. Este ano, não sei porquê, e cá no Porto houve um verão de orvalhadas, para quem é do Porto sabe, muito precipitação oculta durante o mês de agosto, e há muitas árvores a morrer. E eu suspeito que isso deve-se a um abaixamento progressivo da toalha freática. So the water table is going down in a very rapid way. We are building more and more. We are creating more and more impervious surfaces. So it means that we are losing opportunities for trees. And of course, we have to create opportunities to retain water in the proximity of trees. As this is one of the possibilities and a very easy way of organizing the large streets. See, that's the main ditch where we're going to collect the water that percolates from the sidewalks and from the lanes. And of course, it will be a completely, this is our favorite and more favorable situation, as I said before. And of course, this is again the beautiful one. The beautiful one has these, period buildings from the 19th century, early 20th century. And of course, we believe it would become much nicer with this regular organization. And of course, we can also have this type of situation with a middle intervention. And then we will have as well this street that comes from the main station. We can also play with these two situations with the two-lined lane. You can use it for these two-lined lane for parking lots, or you could use it in a different way as a central element, which is still important. And of course, it makes a lot of a difference, and it also engages yourself with all sorts of movement in the city, adding bicycles in an organized way and pedestrians. And maybe you don't need to take the cars away. Maybe you don't need. Doesn't matter. I'm not going to discuss that. If you want, you do. If you don't want, you don't do it. But it means that you can live with the trees and the cars in a certain way. And that's Rua Pinto Bessa, which is, this one is ugly. And really ugly. And now, of course, it gets much better now. And of course, with the central intervention is even better, as you can see. And of course, our favorite trees are the ones who can grow quick and are resilient and can withstand hot summers. We are talking about the same trees the Persians also talked about. We are talking about the same trees that are completely well known in our culture. We are talking about plane trees, platanos. We are talking about elms, ulmus. We are talking about fraxinus, freixos, fresnos, in Spanish. We are talking about Lodons, Celtis, which were the trees of the main plazas. We're talking about poplars. The white poplars were very important. And you know why? Because they create very amenable atmospheres around their crown. They open their stomata and they release water, and they create this microclimate, and their shades are cool, like as if we have a completely air conditioning effect under their crowns. You won't have the same with the Quercus ilex. You won't have the same with the Quercus suber, because they close the stomata during the periods of hot weather. That's why humans have been using. And what are these trees? Where are these trees from? These trees are from the top level of the floodplain. They've always been. They were the selected ones for the street trees, and they are the best. Even Liquidamba styracifera is one of them from the America, or Liriodendron tulipifera. So beware of that. We need big ones, and big ones, creating very nice atmosphere so we can face the change of climate we are facing now. This is Rua de Gondaré in Foz, the one we are playing with the existing trees. So our proposal is take advantage of the existing trees, don't take them away, and make a slow replacement, if you like. And also, don't change the species, because in this area by the sea, we need the large trees. So in these cases, we haven't applied that strong relationship between the size of the street and the size of the tree. It means that in these cases, it's something it's like an exclusion of the rule because of the character of the area nearby the sea and the character of the historical nature of these seaside area. And of course, the proposals are different. We kept the trees. It's very important, keep as much as you can. I was saying, in 30 years' time, in a regular street, you could take all the poplars or all the limes away and put new ones. But in some cases, when the trees are long-lived, like the plane trees, you have to be aware of that and retain as much as you can. The best tree is the oldest tree and the biggest tree, because they can have a lot of biodiversity. We also played with species and mixed them. And in one street, we can have all sorts of different species. And you can see here what you have with a plant, like any other country of Southern Europe have this situation. And of course, we can play and having some of the trees kept on space, some of the trees removed with a long-term intervention. And of course, the last one is the garden street. That's an easy one. It's a very small stretch of large street we have in the center of the city, in the very higher areas of the city. Very interesting opportunity, and we played. This is much more like an utopia exercise, but we have space of that, and is moved. The council is very motivated to exercise and go along with this type of intervention. We had a big shock with them in the beginning, because they were trying to apply these master plan for the trees, and the first proposal was to have just rows of trees and rows of cars. I said, no, we want a little bit more. We want more permeable situations in terms of the soil. We want to have more spaces for people to walk, like a small park, linear park. And I think it's moving okay. So I leave you with that. This is an exercise that this group has made. We had a lot of intervention in terms of exploring these new technologies to express what is difficult to express. And now these new technologies are helping us in showing the slow pace of things and how things can change slowly and how things can actually be completely different from day 1 to day 20, year 1 to year 20. And just by organizing in a very simple way, we can make a lot of difference. And of course, with trees, things are completely different. So that's the same Pinto Bessa Street from the main train station, where you could see trees growing slowly, like the plane trees, my favorite tree, of course, my favorite tree, and with the central lane, and with, the basic things. So there is nothing new on this. It is very basic. You can do it everywhere in the world, but we still haven't achieved this state, and we need to have that. So we can also, with this technology, and will give us more and more opportunities to foresee, to anticipate, so it's very landscape-ish sort of thing. We will see how things will change over time, how seasons will show the change of experience, and how we can be so happy with trees near us, and particularly with efficient ones and in our climate. So it's a great opportunity to engage technology with these, everlasting ideas of life. And I hope you, in your streets and in your towns, can have street trees with a good life. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Paulo. Absolutely impressive work. It gives us a lot to think, but most importantly, it gives us a path, a way forward, and gives us a direction on how to implement this way of thinking. I believe today's presentation, they blend really well together. I'm still thinking about Philip II that came to Porto to plant trees. It was a magnificent reflection, and these will, of course, lead to very important discussions during the debate. It's now time for us to take a small break, so we're going to make a 30-minute break, and we'll meet here in 30 minutes with my colleague Luís Guedes Carvalho. So see you soon. So, can you please sit? So let's start the second part of this morning. We are a little bit delayed, so I'll try to go fast. We want to welcome Marty Fran, the foundations of AMF Landscape Architect Studio, a well-known, based in Barcelona studio. He's a landscape architect and honoris causa doctor from Greenwich University. And he's going to, he's going to present us a lecture named the Green Years of the Metropolis. Marty, could you please come to the stage? So let's.
It's a great pleasure to be here, and I really would like to share a lot of things. I'm going to go kind of fast. My practice was settled in 1999, and we are not in Barcelona, we are in Girona. It's a 100,000 inhabitant city, so we are from the provinces, and I'm a landscape architect educated in the UK, but in Spain, until very recently, there is no undergraduate programs. So as a landscape architect, you cannot sign any contract. It's different to Portugal. Right? So after 20 years of practicing, I'm at the end, I'm going to show you some urban projects, but most of my works have been in the countryside with very little budget, to the point that my specialization has been low-cost projects. That's nice, because then you can do more of them. So we say no. So that's a bit our specialty. I would like to talk about what is totally new. It's the notion of the green infrastructures, and you know the way, the red light, maybe? No red light. Okay. On top, first, nature was in the natural parks very far away, and then in the year 2000, European Convention of Landscape. They saw everyday landscape should also be taken into account. And then maybe in 2010, 13, this notion of the green infrastructure and things should be connected. We'll go back to this. So I'm going to try to show you projects of green infrastructure in each of these areas. Well, what is the best way ever to make a city green? Deconstruct it. So I'm going to show you an example of how to deconstruct a city. That was a dream mission we got in a natural park in Cap de Creus. That the Club Med project, 400 little cabins in a very protected space, and our project was to deconstruct it. And obviously, nature came back. This project had not a master plan, it has an action plan. So we had different actions to remove invasive flora, Carpobrotus, you may know, ice plant. Also, we removed all the top part of the buildings, which were non-local materials. The zócalo, I don't know in English, the zócalo of the building was done with stone, so we recycle on site, and so that's how it looked. And you will see what a serious naturalization we did. So if you have any plans, I'm sure there are areas of Porto that would be so nice. I don't know, at home there is so many areas in the coast that I really would like to go. And we did this project in 2005 to 2010, and I was hoping I would get many more missions like this, but there has been no one for the last 12 years. I don't know, I think they are nice actually. So that's how, like sometimes how deep we went in order to just reestablish the topography, and then the water could flow. Maybe you can see. This was the formal level. So if you let nature work, nature knows how to go about it. So no planting, the seed bank explode. If you want, I keep going. Yep, okay. So then we celebrated that we deconstructed the city, and then we, on top of the existing path system, we did a project that was a walk to discover the site and to celebrate its materiality, take it to some shortcuts. I want to go very fast because I understand the urban part is more important. And then we designed a path system that had no materiality. So we didn't want to add any materiality, any firm, any paving. So we did it with landmarks. So here is somewhere in the making with canes, and in order to do that, you need very tough, very expert people. So we had at that time Claudia Gomes, it's a landscape architect from Porto, that spent 3 months working very hard on very windy conditions and helped to make it happen. So if you want to deconstruct anything here in Porto, look for Claudia. She knows a lot. This is part of the remnant building that we remade it and a bit the celebration. And that's how it looks now without having planted anything. So this project ends the deconstruction in 2010. This photo was made last summer. Nature works. It's beautiful, it's very rich. It has been management actions to keep removing invasive flora, not too systematic, but it's really beautiful. I mean, I strongly recommend you, if you ever pass by Barcelona, to take a couple hours drive. Oops. Ooh, how I do go back now? Like this? Am I going back? I'm going forward. No?
I guess. Is this going back? No.
It's going forward.
Forward.
Where is the way back?
No, still.
Yeah. Good. I was
You
getting.
have a pointer here.
Yeah.
You can point.
Okay, yeah. Okay, that's nice. Thank you. Sorry about that. Okay, beautiful, isn't it? And it's really renaturalized. So consider deconstruction as an option, and it makes a lot of space. So there's something that I would keep showing, a bit like Johan Nassauer yesterday, the new European Bauhaus, which is a very beautiful initiative by the European Union. And it talks about three notions that I think it has been the main theme of this lecture yesterday and today. It's about how to do beautiful things that respond to needs beyond functionality, sustainable, both environmental and economically, and together, and so on. I'll come back to this. So the second project I would like to know, it's a project what Nigel told yesterday. I also like to call it like this, New Nature. It's an airport. It's the project of a renaturalization and creating a new park in Vicenza. The team leaders of this project is Pan Associati in Milano, and then we did a team with them and also with Franco Zagari, ETS, an engineering firm, and Asper Studio. So this project that looked like this before we made it, it's a complete flat area that it had a very superficial water table. And it was full of bombs because it was an airport from the First World War. So in order to remove all the bombs, they were digging. And when they dig, it became so evident that this was going to be full of water. So water, it's way better than planting. You put water and it's boom. No, it just goes. So there we could say we work with the principles of this, that I think this French landscape architect explained it very well. It's that we treat nature as an ally and not as a guest. So he has to make his work. We don't finish it, we don't water it, we just unleash the process. So that was our work mainly at the conceptual part of the project, l'avant projecta, and it was how we could imagine to what we call multiply the shore or multiply the littoral. So what we did is we dig. That's a very cheap thing to do with machine, and then we put the earth, creating mountains. And by doing that, and this is a very abstract drawing, but I think you will all understand, we created, or that was the concept, super rich ecotones between water and land. So very different degrees of humidity that then would attract very different flora and fauna. The negative of the blue, the negative of the ecotones and the blue, well, it's what we like to call species of spaces. So these are surfaces which are of very different dimension, and then they will be later planted. So it's a very rich ecosystem, both to be planted or to be used for public uses. You will see that. Now, the whole project, it's about cross sections. It's about how close you get to the water, what is the degree of humidity, and how this trigger nature, how this push nature up. So these are the models, and these models are very conceptual, but also they are full of intention, to the point that actually when they build it, and that I'm not super happy or proud about that, it looked exactly like the model. That's a problem. I think that we did fail between the conceptual part and the executive part, because let's hope the red all these canals are exactly the same profile. And in our head, there should have been different slopes creating different conditions. So yes, it could have been better in that sense. But it's amazing and it's very cheap. I think the cost of this project, it's 12 euros per square meter. Okay, that's quite affordable, isn't it? And then that's the planting strategy that was done by Pan Associati. Sorry, I did 12 euros per square meter. That it was to plant floodplain forest and dry forest according to the proximity to water. But actually, we could not plant everywhere. We had no money to plant everywhere. So what they did, which I find beautiful, is with these wood poles, they show the parcels that they were planted, and those are the ones that they were not planted, and they planted small. And there were two strategies. One was that the wind would spread the seeds, and another one is that the water would spread the seeds, So there was this strategy. Some areas were planted. That's how Pan Associated, this drawing is by Pan Associated, they imagined the succession, and with a bit of filtering, but not too much. That's what nature brought. That was not hydroseeding. That's previous to hydroseeding. It's and then that's how it looked now. And because of these things that happen in Southern Europe, the project has not been finished, it's not open to the public, and it's like this for 2 years. So nature has been working with no disturbance until now. We have to wait. When disturbance come, probably it will get even better. But yeah, that's it. Just for you to have an idea, this canal here has 1 kilometer long, precise. So that's the size of the airport. That's how it looks before being open to the public. If you are interested, there's a nice video on Pan Associated webpage. And we have new guests. So these guys were not there because there were no water. So, and nature did most of it. Okay, now that's still at the outskirts of the city. That's a competition we won a year ago, and it's not being built. It's in Prague. So again, so we could say we are there, and it's a big future big metropolitan park. It's 1,200 hectares, and then this is the heart of historic Prague, and this is somewhere south at the confluence of two rivers in agricultural land. My point is not to explain this project, it's to talk a bit about the methodology we approach. Like, you cannot design a 1,200 hectares park. It won't happen it will need 20 years to happen. So we set principles, we set criteria, we set foundational goals, we set guidelines, and we speculate a lot. That's what we did the most. We speculate a lot. So for instance, that what you see here, this is a quarry. In the beginning, this is a private company making a quarry, and they did a square. But the way we went about this, and that's what I wanted actually to show you, is that we look about very interesting case studies everywhere we knew that could inspire the people from Prague that they have never done such a big park before, by showing case studies. One case study, that is this one, I'd like to talk 1 second, it's the quarry. In Lyon, they have this natural park called Medieval Jonage, where the final process of extracting gravel turns into a restoration project. And they are doing islands, nesting islands, and it's a business that works, and the staff from the natural park are teaching. So what we did in this project is we make, I think there were 24 case studies, and we grouped them by effort. Things that they were very easy, very cheap, to things that they were very expensive. So last one, there would be, oh no, I did it. Okay, that's not, I would really need to go back now. Is it not this one? Ah, yeah, I have to point there, I see now. Okay, last one is room for the river, which is the Dutch way. Like, let's break the limits, let's let the river expand, let's make big engineering works, and this is what needs to be done in some parts, but it's gonna be expensive, it's gonna take time, it's gonna make regulations, it has properties, but can we start with other things already? Like, can we find something you can do without excuse and get started? So we go to the other end, and it needs to have a governance plan. It can already make a map of the existing with the tracks so that people can start working. You can organize a race, 10-kilometer race. Or, well, that's what we call the easy win tactics, no? Can we make a calendar of events that they are already happening in this place because there are things going on? Or what can we do about design management, about the stop grazing some areas or increase the grazing or changing or so on? Find public-private partnerships For example, there is a golf course that they are cutting everything. Can we change a bit the management of that? Can we change the project of the quarry and so on? Okay, and then the key project. So that would be typical projects of let's make a gate to the park, an information point, and blah blah. Okay, so that's the methodology, and always bearing in mind this temporal dimension of the project. And these are like very much this drawing. We did this project with Norma, an architectural urbanist firm in Prague, and Pareto, that they are a young French landscape architect that they used to work with me. So this is a very beautiful cross-section that explains how through changes in management you can make the place evolve. And that's the big money thing, no? Let's widen the river and so on. Now, that's the one project I spend most of the time. We are getting already into the city. That's my hometown, Girona. That's the map of the city of Girona, 100,000 inhabitants. And my project that started 10 years ago, it's about what is actually not in the map. So the city says that this is invisible. Let's have a look. Well, yeah, go back to this. But this is invisible to the map. So all this forest here, it's not acknowledged as part of the city, okay? And sometimes it's a beautiful forest, sometimes it's a meadow, sometimes it's a backyard. And it's perceived as a backyard, so people dump things or they are the risk of fires, and these are all real photos, of course. And this area in the year 2014 was managed like this. Everything was cut once or twice a year. So that's how it looked. So you make sure that it's clean and you can remove, and there's no fire prevention and so. So if you would not cut, and these are all photos from the site, I mean, the diversity is quite extraordinary because we have mountains, rivers, calcareous areas, and so it's very diverse. So at that precise time in history, 2014, I was starting a PhD, and I got a Marie Curie fellowship by the European Union, and so I had funding, and it was a kind of, I would myself wanting to be Gilles Clement and work like, not work myself, but make the other works, like the notion with the garden in motion. But the ambition, it was not exactly to do what Gilles Clement does, because he knows so much, like Claudia, about botanics, and it was how can we do that at the city scale with maybe less precision. But the ambition was metropolitan. Huh? So the, let's say, research question, it's can we turn placekeeping, mantenimiento, into placemaking, management, just gestión, no? So that's the ecological succession, like a low meadow, you leave it a high meadow, and then some bushes, and then the sub bushes, and then the forest, and then the more you cut, the more disturbances, actually, no? The disturbances that can be man-made, animal-made, or both. And actually, that's where we focus almost 95% of our work. So it's in deciding whether we stay in always an open landscape with low meadow so people can use it, or we go into high meadow. So that's a bit the model. If you would be cutting regularly, you would get the low meadow. If you leave, the cycles of nature follow. How we do it? We don't do it inside the office, we do it walking. So we did a lot of walking, and sometimes we say that we practice as if only our feet could see. So the AutoCAD vector, it's the shoe. It's not a thing in the screen. So with it, you can see some heroic images of colleagues into the bush, and some handmade drawings about how we imagine that this management could happen, and how, especially at the beginning, now we are a bit more time savers, we were making new cartographies to acknowledge the qualities of, for instance, very big trees, very more open landscape, more closed landscape, because AutoCAD files, they are so bloody abstract. They are white, you have the contour lines, the trees are blocked, they all look the same. So they give you no information about the site value. So such abstract conditions led to abstract action. If you want to make a bit more site-specific intervention, you need to add this layer of knowledge, okay? And these are the heroes, the gardeners that you were talking yesterday. These are the guys. These are what we call the brigades. The brigades in Girona, they are the urban brigade and then the non-urban. The non-urban brigade, they are 7 to 8 people, 9. And these are the guys that we started working in 2014, and we have been working with them for the last 10 years. And these guys work only in 10% of the surface we would like to work. The process of working with them has been amazing, and to me it's the most important part of the site, of the project, sorry, because it's clearly that we are learning things, so it's about software. We have no money per planting. We haven't planted anything. We just remove things. We cut, we prune, and we take. We don't have money to buy. So it's all about disturbance, fully disturbance. But like, for instance, once I bought them a photocopy of a book of Gunther Bocht, you know, the Swiss landscape architect, that he was making super cool design benches somewhere in Switzerland. And I showed them, and then they start with poplar trees that they had from the river, cutting them into kind of artistic ways. And they take a lot of pride to it. So it's really like from being like the ones that they would cut everything as if they would be sheep. Like the image is like they would arrive with the van, open the doors, they would descend, cut it everything, went back to the van and disappear. Now they are designing benches, and they are proud of their work. Okay, we settle not very complex, not very botanical criteria. We set a number of mostly spatial criteria, quite simple. I say a few of them. They are, for instance, in the river water, next to the water. We make refuge, so we touch nothing. We make cut, we cut everything. That's only when electricity, right? Or we make windows. And windows is that you cut down the understory and the branches, so there's a kind of a visual connection between people walking by the river and passing by the path. And then on the mountainside, there is 3 main things. Is it flat? Is it in an embankment? Or does it have heritage? And from there is all this if-then binary system that actually, this is a drawing of the knowledge we gather with them. And I think it's better to show images. So this is a very time-based project. So that's how it was at the beginning, the first area where we intervened. So this is obviously a moment where the meadows were all high. That's if you apply the if-then concept. Flat you cut, embankment you don't cut, and this is where we want to go. So there's a more precise. So the one in between, it's already better, no? The one in between, it's already bringing more biodiversity. But if you can really trace, then it starts having all this nuance. And then if we have money, then we may put some furniture elements, viewpoints, and so that we call confetti, and I'll come back to this. So that's a photography that I make a drawing on top. So this is actually the reality, and it's how it looks. So you can see, for instance, here a piece of heritage. That's a water transportation system that brings water to the cathedral with some chimneys. So we take advantage of this retaining wall and make it flat, and then we do what we call the capillary path, very thin ones that irrigate, let's say, the different areas and so on. The cost of doing that, it's almost zero, because these guys were already working. But in their first year, they said that they in the mountain they would be spending like between 1 and 2 euros, and in the river because it grows more. It's more than that. But overall, what we do, we do a richer mosaic. Before was either mound or high meadow. Now we keep a more balanced mosaic that you can see here. And well, that's it. You know, for instance, here we make a bit of a window. We cut the lower branches. We cut the field. So that was really influenced by Nassauer. Before I listened to her here, I read her essay. And in our Mediterranean culture, meadows often are perceived as neglected and dirty, especially in summer. We all talked about it yesterday. So we also enjoy, and we have this kind of we-like form thing. But with it as little as necessary. Like we open up a little window here, so you see, we cut this form. Then in autumn, the high meadow sometimes is lower down. This is a quite fabulous place. It's a small, tiny forest of Aceremon speculanum. So that's how it looked before. That's how it looked now. And well, we go back. Then that's the river. And in Spain, we had a dictatorship until '76. So we could be proud to have one of the most polluted rivers in Europe. So the vegetation grown, nobody would ever get close to a polluted river, but over democracy period, there have been doing water depuration plants on the rivers. I mean, you would not drink the water, but they are not that polluted anymore. So the fluvial beaches were hidden in Girona. Okay. So by doing window management, we managed to put in a journal, say, Girona has a beach. No? And it just was because we clean out the way to the beach. Yeah, the ambitious project. And then something that is very nice about this place, it's not a place that there's a million people. It's a place you go and there's people now and there. And that's a kind of a special place because it allows for a kind of a freedom. Like if you are a not too good musician, you don't go to practice in the main square. You go to the shore until you get better. If you are doing judging, these kind of things as well, but relaxing. So this kind of terrain bags, I think it's a quality of a space that all cities have, that they are very interesting. And yeah, I mean, it's not that all the time it's so crowded, but before in that space, we could say we had Homo Brutus, because there was people who were throwing shit. And at the moment, we reintroduce Homo sapiens. And I mean, it's not all win. We still have some Homo Brutus coming now and then. So maybe you understand that in Catalan, that's just after COVID. And what it says here, it's a neighbor complaining to somebody who was here and leave some litter, some dirt. Say, if you're gonna leave it like this, so shitty, you have to go and confinar-vos, lock down yourself forever. Go and lock down yourself. Like, so it's really an Homo sapiens being a bit aggressive to an Homo Brutus. Now, the why and how some parks work and some other parks don't work. So this is a kind of us asking money to the municipality diagram. Here is us. We have a 4-year contract at the moment, and I work 15% of my time here, and then Gemma, my colleague, works 80%. This is the, sorry, that's me, sorry, that's us, sorry. And this is the municipality people, the public servants. So we were asking that a public servant from the municipality could devote more time to this project to follow up, and the nice part I show you, all the beautiful photos I show you, this is done by the civil servants that they work on site, the brigade doing the work. These guys are spending half of their time there, and they always go and they know very intimately. But we were asking if they could stop doing some rubbish work they do, like cleaning areas somewhere else, and we now call them the pioneers. these guys are the one that the sediment knowledge, they have it here. And these are other companies, private or also from what we call the third sector, which is in order to get people to introduce into work. These people have no problems in their brains. The problem is that they change all the time the people. So there's no way they can get intimate knowledge about how to take care of this place. So what we ask to the municipality is give them 150,000 euros more per year so they can fix team, and then we have a river team and a mountain team and one person in between. So we try to give them kind of similar conditions to the public servants. They say no. Okay, so now that's how we came with the pioneers. So the pioneers, so these are the guys. Now sometimes works, sometimes doesn't work. The pioneers, now what we managed to do is that these guys come to a new area where they were not working, work for a couple of years, and then give it to the rest of the team. But this is only in its first year of essay, so I have no results. And that's another thing I just wanted to talk, is that we managed to convince the municipality to have a 4-year contract. Obviously, this is a competition. So we invite the competition to make a contract that was not for a project, but was for a service. Exactly like the rubbish bin collection of a city. You have a time, you have some, and then we have a list of 18 actions that we may do, and we have money for each action. If we do this, we get paid. If we don't do it, we don't get paid. But my point is about, you cannot have intimate knowledge about a place without spending time in it. So do we have landscape architects, and also architects, and also planners, good contracts in order to make slow projects? Well, that's just to show you, sorry. Oh, no. Well, the previous image was a mapping of who is doing what. Now, I finish with this kind of what I call the shore project. The shore project in Catalan, it means labora. In Spanish would be la vera. So it doesn't mean the periphery, it doesn't mean the green belt, it means by your side. And it's a developed, we did not choose a green ring or our technical, we choose a messy name so that we could somehow elaborate on it. Because if you say a green ring, everybody has a clear picture. But if you say La Vera or the shore, and this has been partially a success because it has let us work with freedom, and partially a mistake because people still 10 years after, it's unclear what this kind of project is. So, well, one of the biggest points I want to make today, and it comes to the round table in the morning, is that we are running out of time with climate crisis. So to me, it's very important that big is beautiful. Like, we need to tackle certain challenges at the right scale. And I'm showing this image as a metaphor. This is a work by drawings by Dirk Simons, by H.A. Ness. You should invite them definitely to the next Biennale, definitely. And here they make, you know, the way certain animals need more hectares in order to be connected, but also humans. The way we humans now use public facilities in the cities, more cycling, more walking, more running. The archipelago system of parks, which is actually mostly what you have in Porto, what we have in Barcelona, what we have in Girona, it's actually helping for some kinds of activities, but it's definitely not encouraging other kinds of activities. So our pattern, our model of use of the public, it's really not performing. So it's not that like we should think like a werewolf, el hombre lobo, no? Wolf need distance. Distance is good, you run, you have a space, but humans, we are also in this kind of condition that we would, so this idea that of the green infrastructure and the linear structures is very strategic. So we have, well, the question is, at what scale things perform. So when we were, I'm going back to I'm forth with the Girona project. I show you how we did it. We started with pilot projects. We get working with it. I worked 1 year for free, and then they start paying me a little bit. And then in the year 7, I got the 4-year contract. It's a bit like, yeah. So it's a bit, we lose quite a lot of money. It's a research project. But in the years 5, or I don't quite remember now, we did the green plan, like the green infrastructure plan, and we say that we wanted to make 600 hectares available to the citizens. Now, the citizens of Girona, in their urban park, they have 150 hectares. But only the half, 75, you can step on them. The rest are bits and pieces, which are very important, but you cannot be a wolf there. So our idea was to provide bigger spaces so that we could be a bit wolves. And while we were doing this project, we engaged with the Federation of Association of Neighbors, and we do it through a workshop system of walking and talking. And for each of the geographical areas around the city, so each mountain, each piece of river, we engage into these walks and make strategic proposals. I don't want to go very long on the drawing of the green infrastructure, but because I think it's a bit more obvious than the making of getting things done. So, yeah, I'm not sure anymore where I am. Yeah, here. What we did is we actually speculate about making a new map of the city. That's not true. Well, that's the project fiction with 5 mountains. And we said to the municipality, if the streets have name, how could it be that the path just next to your door has no name? How can it be that the mountains have no name? I mean, why are you renouncing to that? And another thing that we said to them is, yesterday we were talking about Barcelona l'Eixample. Ensanche in Espanol, I don't know in urban development in English, and I don't know in Portuguese, like when you expand the city. No? The way we have been expanding the cities, it means we expand the streets and the houses. But now, why shall we keep expanding the streets and the houses? Now we expand the parks and we leave the houses where they are and we renew it. And this, I think, it's quite accepted almost in many parts of Europe. It's not about growing the city beyond in extension, maybe in Algarve and touristic areas, but not. So why, if the new Eixample, it's about mountains, and why don't we make about the taking care, disturbing the landscape in order to make a much richer mosaic, the new city? And the city will grow. It's obvious that the city is growing, don't you think, in that map? So we are working now on this map and trying to get this map sort of published. So that's it, the vision we have. It's like we are turning the vision around and we say, this is the Girona, it's this area, and this is already a different municipality, and this is already a different municipality. And what we say is the shore project could be like the Mare Nostrum, that puts together the different civilizations around the Mediterranean Sea. So the shore project could be not what separates, but what puts together all these villages and give quality of life. And so very recently, we got another short mission, which was to think not about the outskirts, but the inner part of the city. So the urban. And I go back to where the Wolfman and this is, you know, the Strava heat maps, no? That show where people. So that's kind of showing that people run along the river. These are all rivers. These are also an urban river, which is very shitty. This is also a river. And then people run where they are desperate because there's nothing where else you can run. So this is a way better Strava map, and we could make a way better one. But already starting some things. It's that when you have the chance, people take the opportunity to run by the city. So this is an image of Girona at 30 kilometers distance. So it's surrounded by nature. And I'm going to recycle one from a lecture I just did a few days ago. This is Sydney. Sydney, there's no nature around. It's just more city around. And Porto, it's, I'm sure, much smaller than Sydney because it's a low density city. Here, thanks God that they have the harbor, but there's no, like, the necessity of corridors and areas in continuity. The bigger the city is, the more sense it makes, isn't it? Okay, so that's the Strava, now from Melbourne. And this is the CBD, the High District. So people are desperate, they run anywhere. So sometimes it's so desperate that then, like Salvador Rueda was saying, we have to change the streets because there's no other options. And I'm gonna lately move to this. So now we went on this one. This is how it looks and how we do in the 10% that we managed to do, and that's why I call it the gardeners of the metropolis. And that's another project. Then how we go about the signs of care. When Nassau was like, how can we give when we are spending so little time and so little money? Perception of care. One strategy we use, it's what we call confetti. It's kind of a celebration of very beautiful moments within a walk or within. So confetti, it's ad hoc design artifacts. Sometimes can also be a flowering, but that they are placed in the most amazing places and very low quantity. It makes an effect of care to a very large extension. So this is a viewpoint. It's a sign of care. It's very comfortable and so on. This is kind of a play that you can find fossils if you look. It's my son a few years ago. And that's to help you go up. There's all these little bits and pieces that give touches of quality beyond management or disturbances regime, sorry. And then this is a diagram we created quite a long ago, and it's explaining what nature does when it rains, when there's sunlight, where is the user's frequency, and where would it be growing vegetation, and where are we doing the cultural actions of cutting, pruning, and so on. But next to it, we wanted to find a cultural dimension. So these red explosions here are art festivals in the city of Girona. So I'm going to show you now is some art interventions that they have happened ever since we started the management. So these are a land art festival. Some pieces are amazing. So some, I would like them to be removed the day after. That depends a lot. But it's also an action of care. And it attracts a minority of people. Or this was beautiful. It was one day that they make a pop-up concert. And look the location. It's wonderful, isn't it? I mean, we would not make concerts every week like this. I mean, it doesn't matter the music. The place is so nice. And this is to show a bit this kind of slow motion way of doing. So let me explain you. That would be a conventional project I would do in a square. Is you get the mission by the client, you win a competition, whatever. You go to the site, and we, landscape architects, we close down in office, we think a lot, and because we are bloody geniuses, we deliver a drawing. Then we send it to the client says, well, change this, change that. We close again in the office, and then we do the water, the planting, and we get it built. And the green is the build. That's how we do the project in Girona. We actually, I did not say that. We proposed to make the project to the municipality. They say, okay, it's going to be cheap. So we did a little bit of thinking, and in 15 days they were cutting already. And the prairie was growing again, so we could think again. So this is a bit of a utopical situation, because with working in the outskirts, you can have this much smaller time. But this could also, and it's happening in France, be done in urban projects where you have much longer periods. They're telling me to finish almost. It's pity because I had so many projects. Okay, that's this book. It's gonna be coming out It's a book edited by Gilles Clement and Coloco. And this is a book of case studies where there are 24 projects that they are a bit in this sense of working with nature with very little human intervention or very little human control. And I'm very happy because I tell you, Gilles Clement was one of my mental mentors, and he chose this project, and he says that what we are doing, it's transforming the metropolis by its gardeners. So let me just show you some images of the project we did in Barcelona, because I think they complement what Salvador was saying yesterday. That's the way Barcelona end up, but not having any green space in the Champla. You saw this image yesterday. You heard this narrative. That's quite an amazing representation. I'm not sure if you have come to this. Like if you would remove the cars and put the people sitting inside the cars, there's so much empty space. No, it's kind of, yeah. So this is the my point that I wanted to make here is that in Barcelona, at least, the 20th century, we did quite well in what we did from the ground of the city up. Nice paving, nice benches, nice lighting design, but we did very bad in terms of the underground, the brown, the space for planting. So to me, the big challenge for in our Mediterranean conditions adapt to the climate change is actually to connect the planting beds with structural soils or maybe other solutions, and to give way more space for the trees to grow. So this is executive drawings that they have been approved by the municipality of Barcelona about structural soil beneath the paved areas. These are not the planting beds. This is how we start building it in Pi Margall. We built 2 different projects. So connecting so this is one of the streets that Salvador was talking yesterday, some heritage we found. That's what I was being critic yesterday as well, is that the city was done with this, but then we put concrete. I think it's not moving. Maybe I need to stop, I'm not sure. I'm gonna be punished or something. Can you help me maybe from up there? It's 3 more images. I'm done then. No, it's not moving. Okay. So now I wanted to show you some images about how the green looks, but well, maybe I stop here and. Oh yeah, good. Yes. No, I'm not. No, that was. It's a bit too late, but you see this. This is how the trees are given to us in a file. They are all the same, and this is if you actually make the real size they have. So when I hear Paulo talking about the renewal of streets, that's very interesting, a very easy thing to do. And then you can think about where maybe you can change some of the non-performing trees or yet small trees in order to plant them in better, more central positions, which is what we did in the Champla project, super blocks, is we proposed to remove some of the streets that they were planted too close to the facade and to move them slightly inside. So this is how it looks. This is one of the few trees we could put in a better position. This underneath structural soil. And these are tatamis and areas to play. So it did change a lot the character of the street. Thank you.
Thank you, Marty. I think it was a really nice presentation with such a delicate way of presenting your image and way of disturbing the landscape. So we are going further because we are getting really late. So I'm honored to welcome Duarte de Ruz Mata, which is a landscape architect with extensive experience in environment policy and green infrastructure. Duarte holds a degree from Instituto Superior de Agronomia in Lisbon, and he served as the Director of Environment, Climate and Sustainable Department of Almada Municipality since 2022. Duarte is going to talk about a project called Terras da Costa, which is an agrarian park, a social challenge to promote an ecological landscape renovation. Which stays in Almada. Duarte, please come. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Claudia and Luis, for the invitation. I'm very pleased to be here, and I will talk a little bit about this project, and I will try to make some reflections that I will lead into some deliverables, some homework to think here, because it's very important to start to tell you that this project will finish in 31 December 2025, but the real project will start in 1st January 2026. I will explain you why. Let's starting to tell you, for those who doesn't know, that Almada municipality is just in front of Lisboa. We are the best view of Lisboa, and we have also the best beaches for Lisboa. So when it's summer, we can receive 1 million people in our beaches. So we are here, just in front of Lisbon, in the peninsula of Setúbal. This is Lisbon in the right, Almada in the left. You have this bridge you all know, and Cristo Rei. This is an image from the back of the city of Almada, and this is one of our most attractive things to do, which is the coastline and our activities. And this is an image of the Almada municipality as it is in the reality. So we have the river down there, the river in the back, and the sea here. We are just, it doesn't appear, but you can see that the sea it's on the left, the ocean. And this is the municipality absolutely covered with urban sprawl for decades of informal urbanization. That is a very, very problematic issue to solve. At the same time, the urban sprawl took cars and took lots of problems. And this is a land that needs ecological restoration from several points of view. So this is the master plan revision ecological structure. This is not the process is underway. It will be finished until the next of the year. Maybe we'll publish next year. And this is the layers of the ecological structure that we are predicting to have in the next master plan. It is very important to tell you, this is natural protected area, which is run by the National Institute for Conservancy. And this is also some forest areas that are managed by the Conservancy Institute. And this is the major marine basin in Portugal, which is a forest as well, and is military area. And then we have to design and to implement several greenways across the territory, which somehow it will be a big challenge, but it is possible. This is not futurist or scientific fiction. This is the layers that we can retain from the ecological structure. And this is the layers that we are predicting that are related with agriculture. And this is the first reflection here. You can see that they are a part, significant part of the ecological structure. And that's because we have very good soils in Almada municipality. And this makes a big challenge because these are lands in conflict with urban paradigm, because the city is aiming to continue to spread, to sprawl, and we have to decide what to do with all this potential of agriculture. And this means tough decisions for those who are in the administration of the municipality, but also for populations that are not obliged to live in a city that is houses and some gardens. The landscape architect and the landscape planning of the 21st century is not gardens and parks. We have to look to these, all these important layers of these important soils and to decide what we want to do with them. These are some of the ecological restoration projects we are running from since 2021. We have a very important Cool Life, which is a life project that we won in 2023 in the city center, where we are tackling climate change and heat waves effect in a municipality that for normal situations we will not have that, because this is the absence of trees. This is the absolutely concrete area that we have to change, and the project is to reduce. You can see here clearly the vegetation areas that we have, and all the rest is a very problematic area that we have to change. We are also dealing with very, very problematic erosion, coastal erosion here, that we are using natural basing solutions to restore with very successful results and very low cost projects. We are also working very hard in a co-management plan for all these natural protected area, and we are working in urban allotment gardens and some greenways that we can implement more faster. But the big challenge is how to deal with all these agricultural potential farming areas in the municipality. So from a scientific point of view, we have lots of good arguments to save all these soils, because urban and peri-urban agriculture, they provide very good ecosystem service in terms of ecology. They contribute very, very hard to rainwater retention. Some soils are very good because they are like a sponge. Here in Almada, they are clay, and they are very good in nutrients, but they are a very good sponge that can absorb lots of water. Very good for infiltration as well when we are talking about sand. They are very good for biodiversity habitats. And of course, this is something that we should be working a lot, that we should protect soils for the future, because we don't know, we can tell, we don't need agriculture because we have lots of food coming from elsewhere. We don't know tomorrow, and we cannot destroy the soils for this. But this is not something that we can discuss when we are discussing urban planning at 10 years' time, because the pressure is so high. But this is a really, really scientific evidence. We have to protect soils because they take so long to be created. And of course, they can contribute to ecological continuity. But at the same time, we have other ecosystem service in social features. For instance, let's start here, urban quality of life. We can use urban agriculture in cities for social inclusion and urban recreation. We have both in Almada. We have lots of communities from African countries in Almada that they are very happy doing the agriculture where they can, and they make where they can. Next, all derelict land is a possibility for them to make. It's absolutely impressive human work every day to make agriculture in those conditions. But urban recreation can be urban allotment gardens, as you know from the cities, very well designed and attractive places to make agriculture. But there is another social feature very important. Small food chains. This is a climate project. This is a climate issue because today our food strategy is depending from some product that is produced in Chile and it makes a trip to Sri Lanka where they can be packaged, and then you go to Turkey to receive an improvement, and then it's going to be sold in our supermarket and a very low cost prices. This is not sustainable, and for climate point of view this is absolutely outrageous because we are in a finite planet. We don't a limit planet with should not be acceptable, and we have to make a shift for small food chains where possible, because if you want bananas in Portugal, it's very difficult to have. We have in Madeira and some in Algarve, but we have to import. Okay, let's import it. But for other products, it doesn't make sense. And we are going today to a supermarket, and what do you see? We have products for everywhere. And I'm going to tell you why this is making the relation with the project I will present you, because this small food chain can create a local food strategy, what they call today food hubs. So land producing food that can be consumed very closely, and then creating local jobs. Cities are where the consumers are. So if we have soils, we should be able to create a strategy for using that soils to become them at service of the consumers that are living next to it. Why importing when the soils are there? There are some questions, of course. I will not make a massacre with this, but this is our strategy for reaching to the master plan revision layers. So we have, in some places, we have land use that we have abandoned farmlands that they are not quality soils or national soils reserve. They have not ecological values. Of course, they can be potential urbanization. Of course, the city is not stopped here. But everything else, even with the abandoned farmlands, if they came for quality soils or ecological values, they can contribute to agricultural potential layer. It's very important to fix this. So we have here the Almada farming potential. It's not so much, but it's not a few. It's 20% in potential. But if we see it's 35% if we exclude the green areas, that will be a park. And there will be parks, and we will continue to have parks and gardens, and we need parks and gardens next to our dense areas. No doubt about that. But that's not what I'm talking. I'm talking about all these soils of high quality that are extra. They are the peri-urban soils. They are not embedded in the very dense areas where we can put urban allotment, as you can see here, the blue dots. No, they are soils that are able to create unities of production. So we are saving these with different current cultivation. We are farmlands that are cultivated, lots of places that are abandoned. They are green areas that are under cultivation, and we are putting this in a strategy. And to make this strategy, this is an exercise that we are embedded in the project of Almada. This is the strategy for the food transition in the metropolitan area of Lisbon. which is the Food Link. The Food Link is a project that is a solution created by the university with municipalities, with local land administrations, with some stakeholders important of the distribution, and every time with more stakeholders from the producers. And this created very interesting deliverables and that we can put Almada in, because we are not together in a metropolitan area. Metropolitan area is a unity. And in Portugal, I don't know why Lisbon and Porto are not a region yet, because this is something that we have to work together in transport, in energy, in schools, in everything. But it seems that we are making 18 master plans here in the metropolitan area. And we are delivering 18 climate action plans and 18 transport problems. For now, the metropolitan area of Lisbon have decided to work together to the transport. That was waiting 30 years for that. But why not for the food transition? Why the food transition is everyone looking for itself? Well, some municipalities have lots of potential for agriculture, others are more urban, you can see here, but we have lots of small areas that are together not so small that can contribute to the food hub of the Lisbon metropolitan area. And I will not be exhausted. This is in English and it is in the website of the metropolitan area, the Food Link strategy. I invite you to see and to check in the website about the ambitions. It's the vision of producing 15% of the food in the metropolitan area on the forthcoming years. But this is very important to make the commitments of the Food Link in the strategy of Almada. We have the ambition to contribute to the Food Link project. And the agrarian park that I will start now to talk about is a part of this metropolitan strategy, and that's the way we can see it, not working in our silo of our small municipality, not caring about what is around us. It is not possible. So we can, with the Food Link commitments, to work to short circuits, to promote, to define educational problem, to work with the traders, to work with the agricultures. This is very interesting, and now they are embedded in the Horizon Europe project, which is Food Click, which is a project that is very interesting to be close to it, because it will deliver some food hubs at the European scale. So, let's focus on the project of Terras da Costa. But before that, I had to make this framework, because otherwise it will be a project with no structural evidence that can be sustainable, including from a social or economical point of view. I will make, my speech is not about ecological, I will stop ecology here. I will talk about economic and social viability of this project. You can see the agrarian park of Terras da Costa. It's very important to see that this is also makes part of this very important regional protected area, Riba Fóssil da Costa da Caparica. And it's very interesting to see that if we restore this area, we are making here a gate to this important and very, very open to the south regional corridor at the regional scale. So we have the agrarian parks, the limits, and the municipal land is a part of all the land. But that's not a problem, as we are going to see. This is a view of Terras da Costa. And you can see for this vision that we have facing several problems for the last decades. This was sea until the earthquake of Lisbon. So the sea was just here during touch here in the slope. And then the earthquake put the land a little bit up, and then this became a swamp. And then fishermen from Algarve and from Ilhavo arrived here in the 18th century, and they made by hand the possibility of agriculturing this. They were fishermen, and when the sea was very bad, they complement the food diet with working here and using the products from the sea to make this sand cultivable, arable. So this is a landscape in decline. That's an evidence, because the soils are overexploring, the water is overexplored. This is a big underwater aquifer, which is overexplored. Intensive agriculture since the 50s, when the artificial fertilizers appeared in the market. Irregular construction, as you can see, and non-compatible uses, as you can see, and including activities for cars, for repairing things, lots of things that are not absolutely regular, and lack of natural structure. This is absolutely artificial. And you can see some image of what is happening here. Someone tried to making here a camping, lots of irregular houses, some of them with swimming pools. You can now go to some websites and you can rent to stay here, because the tourists likes very much to stay in this kind of 5 minutes walking to the beach, and lots of social problems appearing with the lack of the not affordable housing crisis that we are living. So they are appearing random constructions for those that cannot afford a house. And this is a reality that we should not be facing in 21st century in Europe, but we have here, and we are trying to solve this, and this project will contribute also to this. So it's an activity in decline, it's the question, the agriculture here. Yes, it's a farming decline to current market conditions, that global scale market that is allowing us to buy products for everywhere at cheap cost. Lack of skills and innovation from those that are farming here. No associativity activity, which is particularly important in this project. It didn't exist until the process start. Urban pressure and climate change with lack of rain. So this project is targeting the key problems with the community. This is an image of the first meeting with agriculture. We didn't know who they are. We had to send message to reach and to try to gather people here in one of that houses that are local coffee, and trying to explain why we want them for this project. And we can register here the problems. Land property litigation. Lots of people thinking the land is from themselves. No access to alternative markets, so they are blocked by selling to big supermarkets at very, very low prices. No profitable farming, because they are farmers and they sell very low prices to a chain of intermediation that put you the cabbage they sell less than 30 cents. You can buy the same cabbage almost 2 euros a kilo in the supermarket, and they earn nothing, and they had to pay the energy costs, everything, the work. So they are giving up working in this condition. Lack of workforce. Nobody wants to work in agriculture today. If the system is like this, it's not well paid, it's hard, and we have to break this system. Lack of skills to make a change, and they have no capital to invest. So this project is from Recovery and Resilience Program, PRR, which is devoted to social disabilities communities, and the investment is this here, 2,075,000, and it's important to tell you that it will fulfill all this access, and the target is solving social problems with environmental responses. So we think that restoring this landscape, restoring these communities, giving them a chance to upskilling, they can contribute to solving their problems. Of course, this is not scientific fiction, because we have the food link knowledge that this is possible. This is being made in other places, so we are replicating, most part of the times, ideas that come from others. And I will show a little. So we created a local partnership, and we are, since 2022, making a work in the field with some partners, some more formal, some more informal, and some from institutional point of view, like don't matter the names now. And we are creating these targets for the project. The targets are creating a land unity devoted to production. What kind of production? A trust and local trademark. So we are going to create a trademark that is already designed and was already published, that can contribute to raise the costs of the products that the agriculture sell, and tell the agriculture, you are not obliged to sell to that supermarket at this low costs. You can have other sources, other opportunities to sell directly for those urban people, 3 million that live very close to here. Of course, this means to higher the standard products. This cannot be the same product that is sold today. It can be different. So we have to close chains to raise the profits. We have to bring new opportunities for new projects in agriculture. Normally, of course, very related to different types of agriculture, organic, more different varieties of products that we cannot afford in the supermarket because they are not there anymore. Traditional varieties of tomato, of strawberry, of cabbage, of everything. We can also, we have also to make this, the upskilling and networking with them, because otherwise they will not be able to do. And we are paying service to them that cannot afford, which is this technical support. This is not function now. Technical support for new business approaches that they are now receiving. So it seems a lot complex, but we are working with farming registration, who they are, where, if they live there also, they should not be living, but in some places they can be embedded in the project. Farming, for instance, a farming census. We are making a farming census. Who are you? What do you sell? What are your problems? What can we do for you? We are analyzing the water, and then we are working on landscape restoration. We want a sustainable farming ecosystem, and we want a recreation urban park. And here it makes the connection for most of the presentations from yesterday, because we need to make here a low-cost intervention in this unity, and to tell people that this is a park also for recreation. Recreation is not going to a garden to make the things we make in garden, local gardens. This is to ride a bicycle, to run, to walk, to make bird watching, to make some picnics, to be relaxed in a different landscape that we cannot have without driving a car 60, 70 kilometers away. This is agriculture in the city. It's peri-urban opportunity and a very low cost scale. Imagine how much cost this making a park. Imagine if everything this is going to be abandoned and the municipality will create a park. How will this cost? It is in creation and maintenance. We can go for very low cost solutions, as we have seen here. But this is a very low cost solution. This is a farming park. It's possible. So we want to create soil quality, sustainable water management, nature conservation, and sustainable targets. We are working with the National Institute for Conservation to do this. We need to make professional skills, and we created the strategical targets for 1st January 2026. So we are 14 months ahead of the finish of the recovery and resilience program and the beginning of the autonomous agrarian park with no external financial. So this is our approach to the park. We need to deal with municipal land, but also with private land. It is possible. We don't need municipal land. Why? Because the municipality is not a farmer. So we will need people there. There is not a farming park with no farmers. So municipality doesn't want to keep the farming and to act as a farmer. We want farmers there. So that's not a problem if they are private or municipal. And then we will need to create a sustainable model, a governance. We will have to have revenues, and we will have costs, and the costs will use it and farmers upskilling, management of the common infrastructure. We will manage the trademark, including putting the products in some places and some markets. Technical support that we are now providing from the resilience program and quality control that is absolutely important to create confiance. So some image about the process of registration of the farmers. We have lots of people that are not intending to register themselves in the process. So this is a very, very tough social problem. People are very, very concerned with what is going to happen to them. And this, we think it can be a good solution. But for those, they are hiding from the municipality because they think it can be worse. So let's not appear, I will not register it myself. So we have lots of empty areas that will be a problem, illegal for them, because I will have to rent them from the market and they will leave if they don't register it. So the groundwater assessment with the National Laboratory, we see what we expected. Lots of problems in some areas. And you can see the difference of the area here with almost no problems, with reduced agriculture and lots of natural landscape. And here, the area that was absolutely intensive agriculture. We have problems in every features that were analyzed, but this one is very interesting and concerned. But we have a solution. This is nitrogen in water. This is absolutely incredible that we can have these values because they don't need to irrigate, to fertilize anymore. And the agriculture will solve the problem, as the National Laboratory says. It's the cleaning of this will be with a clean agriculture that will remove year after year the water from the groundwater, the fertilizer, and then with the rainwater that will be improved with nature-based solutions, we can clean the groundwater in years. So, but we have learned from others. We have a very close project here in Madrid, which is Fuenlabrada municipality. They are making here a very interesting project where they don't have no area from the municipality. So this is 100% private land. And they created a solution to save this area that they consider a park, a metropolitan park for people to use. And this is very interesting because this is solving the problem of the farmers. They are creating that alternative channels to sell the products. And we have been there with the agricultures. We put them in a bus, the agricultures, and we went them to talk. And the agricultors went to see how the projects, that these products can be sold at very high prices directly to the houses, directly to the markets, and to very good supermarkets at very high prices. And networking. This is very recent. The European EFUA, European Forum for Urban Agriculture, in Brussels, where we were there with this project. And some projects are very similar to this, and we have learned a lot from this. So we have made some networking with different projects that are very similar in the process. And we have visited some projects that are using the same solutions that we are intending here, including small-scale distribution, which is very interesting. You call from a restaurant nearby, which we have in Costa da Caparica and in Almada, and they can provide for you the products in 2 hours, which is something that the consumer don't access anywhere. So it's a different experience. You can create direct chaining. We are making seminars and networking at the regional scale. And then we are designing and co-designing. So some partners we have in the field, they are co-designing with the people what they want. This map was collaborative. It was from the co-labs. And then they are making this with recycling plastic from the area. So they are picking, and then they have the machines to make the things that will be in the park. And we are producing here. We'll have making other very important process with the people, knowing who are you from, with the people is bringing very treasury memories from the grandfathers and others to the process. And they are bringing also soils and seeds and everything that can be a memory of this landscape that can contribute. Of course, we want to make a book with this, and people is making part of the book. They are making part of the process. And while we don't have a new building we are going to build in the forthcoming months, we created here a supporting farmers in the field with a very, very quick solution with a partner. And then the co-labs are generating very interesting material for this project. We are making the process of upskilling with the organic approaches, and they are being very interesting, and they are certificates. They can use this certification to work in the market as if they want. And we are disclosing the project. We were in the national television with the festival that we had the local food with local products, and we are working with some merchandising, and it was very interesting, the farmers talking about the problems and talking about the solutions. So this advertisement cell, here we have lectures and tomatoes from Costa da Caparica, and they are chefs making here some dishes with local fish, which is part of the project, but I will talk only here from the agriculture part. So where we are here, this is a flash project. This is 3 years project in the public administration to create a project from the baseline. So the starting meeting, the first one was in 2022. We create the trademark here. We are designing all the projects, all the financial assessment, everything. And we are here in a very hard work trying to making the upskills, the technical support, and we are now designing the rulements that will rule the park until 2026. And we are starting the agrarian park constructions because this is a process of software, cultural software, but we have some hardware as well. And we are starting to invest now. The project has done. This is the master plan, which is very, very low cost for the area you have here. And we want to invest a lot in this part of the beginning because we have to demolish lots of irregular houses. And then we are investing in gates and in squares, small squares, to create little appointments that you can, as a visitor or as a farmer, to have the vision of a park while you are entering the skeleton of the park. And this is the main path that we are going to recover to connect to the natural area. Some gates and some investing here in an eco building. Okay? So here we are going to make the investments, the most part of the investments. Will be a central eco building here that will start from scratch, and it will act as a place to visitors, to farmers to work and to the technical support to work there. It will have an external space devoted to direct selling events and including a small kitchen to make some products that you can contribute to raise the standard of the products. So we are having also an incubation area, startups for agriculture with some plots and all the projects, and we are receiving now people telling, I have a project, can I come here? Wait a little more, but we are going to open a tender and you can come here to the incubation area to make a project. And there are, of course, these are not the solution to feed the metropolitan area of Lisbon. This is a solution to, at the same time we're restoring the landscape and we create a urban park, a peri-urban park, we create opportunities for small jobs and to create people that can live happily making agriculture if they sell at higher standards. So this is an image, and we are including here the traditional farming area, the urban allotment gardens, that will bring people from the outside to here. I will finish in... So a little, I will not presenting in detail the technical details. We have this eco building that will start, everything is finished to start the construction in the forthcoming months, the urban allotment garden recreation area, and the model squares that will be in part planted by local people, and the ecological edge system, which is crucial. And we are trying to concept this image of recreation, the ecological importance of the green infrastructure embedded in the agricultural area. It can contribute to reduce the wind, to reduce the diseases in the plants, and we will ask to the farmers to reduce 5-10 meters. In the end, they will receive a very interesting shrub and tree structure that can contribute a lot to the quality of the product. So a last image of the team. We are the only that is 100% working to the project is the Ana Barros, which is the engineer of environment, and Andre is almost 60%, and then we are 20-25% working on this, and this is a small team making the best to implement this until the end of the project with all the process bureaucracy that these projects are related. Thank you very much, and sorry for the time.
So, thank you, Eduardo. I think we'll have lots of questions regarding this thematic, which is so, and this idea of the like Uber vegetables. I think it will go. It's really nice for who cooks. So now we are going to invite our guest speakers to go to the round table. So can you join us, please? I don't know if we have. No?
Can you hear? Okay, it's working. Perfect. Okay, we had amazing presentations in the morning. We had Nature in the City with Maria speaking about trees and forests. We had Paulo speaking about the streets and the potential that's hidden in the streets. We also had Marty speaking about an amazing concept of the Homo Brutus. I love that. And of course, speaking about the connection between the city and the nature in Hirona, and Duarte bringing the agriculture and the relation to the city. So this is a very important moment. Thank you all. The presentations are very well entwined. And let's go straight maybe into the questions from the audience. So if anyone has a question, just raise your hand. And we have some really nice people with the microphone that can go in there. Have a question.
Hello, thank you very much for all the presentations. this Iberian panel. I would like to ask to Martí Franch about the property of the lands that is one of the most common obstacles, I think, to develop the green infrastructure, the property, the private property, and if these lands of the La Vega de Girona, if they are public or municipal lands, or thank you.
Yeah, they are all public lands, or they have a kind of a stewardship, custodia. So yes, they are not private land. It's all public.
Okay, well, I believe we had João Bicho.
Hello, I would ask. Hello, I would like to ask Paulo if the profile of the soil, or if the soil is not a concern on the planning of the urban agriculture or trees in the urban area, because you showed a profile with a very optimistic structure of the roots, because we always draw the roots going down, but in the reality, the roots need to breathe and need the oxygen, so they need very good soil. And generally, the urban soil is not so good. Martin showed the structural soil in Barcelona. So we have the structural soil, we have silver cell, we have lots of solutions to urban soil in the city, but we keep doing our trenches in the old-fashioned way. That is not the best way, because we have lots of compactation of the soil and problems with the drainage, and that means that the trees doesn't have a very long life in the city urban environment conditions. Thank you.
Agree. I think the soil is a problem, and we are constantly conditioning the roots. We won't get the best answer because the roots, as you said, don't go deep as we draw them. It's a fake thing. We are constantly faking the roots going down. Only in very, very few situations they have that attitude and they have that behavior, but normally they go on the surface, which is pretty obvious because that's where the organic matter is or the water is. So they need to breathe, they need air, etc. But we have strategies, artificial strategies, as you mentioned, as Marty showed in Barcelona, which means that you have to engage yourself in doing structural soils, means that you have to dig all the street, go deep, like in Stockholm, and you have to have money for that. So it's in Portugal, they don't even know where the main infrastructure lie. So it is not, but maybe that's a solution, make structural streets so you can push the roots to go explore different areas. But we have to have in mind that street trees will always be like a special type of bonsai. So they won't have ever good conditions. We are pushing them to live nearby. We will have success with some species, but we won't have the best situation. Roots don't like to go deep. So, but structural soils may be an answer for some reason.
So next question. Okay.
I think that, Paulo, you have reason in one thing. It's true that we want big trees and the urban conditions are not good, even if sometimes you can pay for the party of putting a structural soil. But I think, and that's a very big debate among people who know more about trees than me, arboriculturists, about the distance you will plant the trees. Because I think it's quite obvious that even if you plant big trees, normally they don't become so big. So then there is this discussion. I would like to know what you think about this. If you plant like 12 meters away, or like I've read that in Israel they say, well, we will plant them at 6, and if they get any better, we will see how we go about it.
Sí, en Madrid hay muchas calles donde los árboles están a 4 metros, grandes plátanos, y en 2,5 metros de fachada, y son estupendísimos, están espectaculares. Hace la calle una bóveda. Por eso que es que con el árbol nadie se sabe lo que va a hacer. Luego, plantar todo pequeño no tiene sentido. O sea, casi a lo mejor hay veces que hay que pensar en plantar grande, aunque viva menos y tenga menos raíces. Siempre intentamos buscar fórmulas. En el árbol no funcionan las fórmulas. No hay que poner todo grande, ni todo pequeño, ni todo. Es muy complicado dar muchas veces pautas porque tú lo plantas y sale por otro lado. O sea, que hay que observar, observar y probar muchas veces.
Muy bien la reflexión. Vicente.
Thank you. This question is also for Marty. I was wondering how do you prepare or how do you involve the public in the wait for a low-cost garden to develop to become this thing you envisioned for 2 years before? And I was also wondering what are the drawbacks, what are the difficulties in designing a garden while it's being constructed at the same time? You mentioned that 15 days after you started thinking, there was already being trees cut down. I was wondering what are the things you should have in mind if you want to apply that logic, that way of work? Thank you.
Certainly, involving people has not been our strongest speciality. It has to do because the whole project, it's extremely low cost and high investment on our side, and to engage people, it's a specific know-how and it takes time, and time is money, and we need to eat bread every day. So I think that also part of the problem, that if we would have, and if we would have more resources, would be so nice to engage more the people into this into the, I'm not sure if the decision making or the maintenance, but it is a question that has been asked to me constantly, and I think it's something we should maybe look in. If there's ever a new contract, that would be a very good point, and I'm honestly very unsure about how to go about it. No, because these are very kind of natural areas that they had at the moment no big expectation about people. It's not like a square where people were doing things all their life. They are discovering them almost. So I have no clear answer about that. And the second question was there was two questions. Oh yeah, okay, yeah. Let's say that the average, the people who are public servants and they work there all the time, they are going there 6 times a year, and the first year we go 12 times, and we walk with them and we take decisions, and we or like sometimes it's amazing, like constructions. So first we do kind of a general cleaning in 3 to 6 months. You get the meadow, and then we refine that. I think it's very organic and it's done through walking. And this period where you take most of the decisions is first, second year.
Okay, I'll actually open the discussion also to Duarte, because I was very interested about the level of citizen engagement that you had. You clearly involve lots of people, but the question for me is, they have a very short amount of people that are working, but that are responsible for maintaining the site, working on the site, and they haven't been really able to push the citizen engagement. It seemed to me that you worked from the other approach, so you're able to involve the people. Of course, it's private land, it's expected that they're the ones taking care of it, but I imagine that an agrarian park also involves other kinds of shared infrastructure, shared landscape, and even shared areas, shared forests maybe. Do you also have a team working in the landscape? Do you have a vision also to the landscape, to the shared areas? Because it's an agricultural park, and I really like that concept. So what kind of team do you have to also continue a vision of the park and the maintenance and making it work?
So this project is we are implementing the project. But the project itself, for me, it will start in 2026 when the European funding will finish. And then we have to create a governance structure. Then we will create a team that will manage all the place. And this is a very critical situation because we will demand people to pay annual fee to become in a project. And then we will invest the 100% of the money for them. But this means a rupture with a change with the current situation they have. So this is a very, very, very difficult social project because we have so less time to make a change. For instance, in Fuenlabrada, they had 15 years to implement this. It was an idea that was maturated inside the municipality for years. We had 3 years. People is 2 years, in 3 years they have to change the way of life. So considering this a timetable suitable for a mindsetting change is not. So we are facing social difficulties, and if you ask me, it is going to be a success? I don't know. We were working to create the infrastructure and the mindsetting changes that can contribute for that, but it depends. 95% of this will depend of the willing interest from the project.
No, absolutely, I agree. That was actually my point in here, which is clearly you need to have people on board, you need to have citizens on board, you need to have the stakeholders on board. But what was not clear, but now it's very clear to me, is that the people who work on those areas, they have to pay for the maintenance and for the shared areas, and of course they'll get everything in return. Okay.
In double, I hope.
We all hope so. I also believe that's very challenging, and let's see how it works. We all wish the best successes. So let's now open the discussion for a little bit more questions. I saw some other raised hands. Have Elise in here maybe? And you don't know if someone has the microphone already. Oh, okay, perfect. Sorry. You can go.
Okay. So I have two questions. Like, one is about the soil. That we say we have so bad soil, but there's the leaves, like we don't really put mulch in the trees, like, and this is the way that we actually feed the soil. And if we talk about diseases and branches falling, like, we should create the best conditions. And I hear nothing about mulching, and I think mulching would be good. And then as a Swedish person, like, the fruit we have available is like pears, apples, and plums. And for me, it's like a haven here in Portugal, like having so many fruits available that you could grow in this climate. And I wonder why we don't put more focus on like fruit trees. And if the size of the fruit tree is too small because we like to have the big size trees, there's also many climbers and like more involved like food, just like on the way to work we could pick a fruit from a tree that we're passing by. And yeah, I think that would be like the city that...
Okay, so I'll just pass your question to two persons, maybe to Duarte, but also to Paulo, to speak about the fruits in the urban context and the fruit areas. So I'll just put them to both.
In general way, fruits in the cities is absolutely compatible, yes. But in this project in specific, we will not allow the fruit trees in the plots, because people will change, and then we have a problem for those who come behind. So we will put the trees only in the edges. It's about the agrarian park, of course. In the city, I think it's good, but I think they can speak much better than me in fruit trees in streets. I don't know.
I'm in Porto city. There's a feijão tree right outside the building, and it was amazing to just pick some fruits from the tree and be able to have this like in the city. And if we create the conditions, I believe we can have like an edible streets. You can have a snack on the way to work, just pick fruits.
The Portuguese
it would help
the Portuguese legislation does not allow you, because it can be polluted. So you cannot just pick fruits from the trees. So but I'm going to ask Paulo the question about the mulching and the question about the trees. Thank you.
Well, the mulching is pretty obvious. We have to mulch and mulch and mulch, and we are practicing in some areas. Keep all the leaves on the spot. We don't clean anymore. Of course, it's a little bit different if you are talking about a very artificial system like a street. But we can also have, if you use larger areas for trees, you can have the mulching and lift the trunks to comply the cycle of degradation and create habitats for fungi and all that. So I think it's possible, and we are aware of that and stimulating that. In what fruit trees are concerned in the public space, have you tried to open your garden to someone with a fruit tree, so and tell people, come in and pick a fruit? You should make that exercise. Because
I have 4 orange trees in my garden here in Porto.
Okay. So the situation in the public space is a very specific ecological situation where humans conflict and compete with each other. And if you have resources where humans can compete with each other, they are very difficult to manage. Of course, it's possible. I think in Duarte's area, he may have a lot of work on that, and probably it can organize that. But we have been having that type of exercises with fruit trees in the public space, and there is a big constant conflict. The conflict, it's not by the people who go and grab a piece of fruit. It's fine, that's lovely. It's by someone who wants to grab all the pieces of fruit. Or if the piece of fruit go to the pavement and someone slips. And another conflict are, for instance, the rats in the city. As you know, the urban ecosystem is full of other living things apart from the human beings, and so we have more rats. We are now being intimidated in our school to take one orange tree because it attracts rats. Students leave pieces of food in the rooms, and the rats go in, and they go in because we have fruit trees. Why am I saying that? Not to telling you the bad side of life. It's just to interact with life, and, you know, romance is possible, but we have to be aware that romance also needs to be managed. So fruit trees are very attractive to people and to animals, and they need to be managed. We need bisons to create disturbance, but we cannot have bisons in parks. We need goats to create disturbance, but maybe we cannot have them in gardens. So it's a big challenge in our society today. How can we accommodate the diversity, nature nearby, the benefits of nature, and how can we imagine ourselves having access to that? So it's a big challenge. So I cannot answer you in a very happy way saying, oh yeah, let's plant plums and oranges and figs. In our school, we have a fig tree. Now people are climbing already to the fig tree because they want to get the figs. No problem in climbing. The problem is the branches break and the tree is destroyed and people also get hurt. We can manage that, but we have to develop and to evolve even more in this way of sharing things. So it's a challenge. I think the next generations will be much better than we are at this stage. Thank you.
Great. Just adding to that, that even in Scandinavian cities, they don't advise landscape architects to use fruit trees in urban areas, particularly close to cars, because they actually concentrate the amount of atmospheric pollutants. So there are specific areas where they should be used, but never close to sources of pollution. So this is just something I wanted to add.
Son importantes los árboles frutales, sobre todo para el ecosistema, para el ciclo. Muchas veces no es para la obtención de la fruta humana, sino para que haya los pájaros, todo funcione y se equilibre el ecosistema. Muchas veces en Sevilla creo que plantan las naranjas, pero son muy ácidas, no son para comerlas. Las dejan en fuentes, la gente las puede coger, pero para hacer mermelada, pero no, son muy ácidas como para comer. Pero sobre todo yo creo que la función muchas veces del árbol frutal en las calles, con la contaminación y todo eso, es no es tanto como para el servicio humano, sino como para mantener el ecosistema y atraer otras especies.
Okay, so let's pass the question to. Yeah.
I think this thing at the front is important.
Okay. Oh, okay. Sorry, Mike. I didn't realize.
No, no. Now I was just saying I visited Lyon in France in July. And in Lyon, and you can look at the webpage of the municipality, they have a policy of making some, what they call bergers, no? So, and these are placed within parks, in delimited areas, not in the street, and under certain regimes of care that I don't know enough whether they are done with neighbors or the municipality is doing. But it's maybe worth looking at the webpage of the city of Lyon.
Perfect. Okay. I'll just allow for a small comment and then move to the next question. So, yeah. Yes. No, absolutely. I believe that everybody agrees. It's just a question of where. Probably the question is where, not if. Where. That's I believe that's what sums up the. I believe we all agree on the benefits. It's just where we should have those solutions. Okay, so let's now put maybe if anyone has the microphone. If not, I'll just pass to Robert Ryan. You can't get through. Okay, so let's go with Robert okay, that's okay. You're next, Robert. Yes.
Ladies first.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well,
please go ahead.
Sorry. Well, thank you so much. It's an amazing panel today and yesterday as well. I have, I'll have 3 questions, and it's for all of you anyway. I'll start. Well, this one is for Duarte. I guess it's. I'm interested in understanding, in terms of what you do with your produce. I'm sorry if I didn't catch that information in your presentation. Are you creating any market, like a farmer's market, or are you trying to take those produce to existing farmers' market? I thought it was quite interesting. You were saying, talking about the restaurants by the beach and how they can, collaborate into getting the produce. I'm wondering if that kind of link is happening already. And also, I couldn't really understand how big the areas each farmer has. But I'm interested, do you have smaller allotments for, whatever, citizens that may want to just have a little allotment for their own consumption? That's one question. The other question, and I think, as I know all of you deal with trees and coming back to trees and on streets. I work for Coimbra municipality, and we have managed to plant some trees with structural soil, which is, we're very proud of it. It's been a year, so and it was a completely new scheme. So we were lucky enough to be able to do whatever we wanted. So we didn't have any constraints whatsoever into building that structural soil. Stockholm-style structural soil. I noticed Maria in Madrid was showing a slide about how they're somehow retrofitting structural soil, I understand, so existing trees, and you're kind of linking the soil underneath with structural soil. This is what I understood, and I was interested in understanding if that's what I understood, and how are you managing that with the mesh of underground world in between those trees. And finally, and this is linking back also to Barcelona, which is to do with what Paulo was saying about their plan for Porto. Is I'm wondering if you looked into changing the road network in terms of replacing two-way systems for one-way systems in order to have more space so that in smaller roads you could have trees. That's it. Thank you.
Yes. So briefly, about the farmers market, we have created one for the festival, was a farmers market, and they are selling in this kind of events. And we are now in conditions to open a part of the municipal market in Almada regularly for them to sell. What's the problem? They are not able to do it because they are farmers and they have not the control of the rest of the chain. So that's the process that we want. We are now receiving proposals from interested people that can I create a company that will buy directly and sell who is using this trademark? And yes, that's what we want to happen. But a farmer that is farming is not able to sell as we need to do. We need to make packaging workshops. We have to deal with. We have created a website with a marketplace. It's opening now. It's soft opening, but it will be implemented until the end of the project. This can happen. Who wants to buy? Who wants to sell? Making a match in the website with an app that we are going to design in the forthcoming months. It is ongoing. For the cargo bikes, we are going to buy until the end of the year, and there will be a soft opening implementation during 2025. And then we hope to the governance team will have to deal with that, or someone will appear to tell, I can run this business, and I will run this. We want to make pick your own days. That's a part of the process. People will buy and collect the products in the field to make an approach, and we will use the square around the future eco building as a farmer's market devoted to some products different from those that we can buy in the supermarket.
Sorry, no he entendido muy bien la pregunta porque estoy un poco sorda y no entiendo muy bien el inglés. Entonces, he entendido como que los suelos estructurales, ¿cómo se hace con árboles que ya están establecidos? Vale. Hoy estoy estupenda. No estoy tan sorda. Es muy complicado. Es muy complicado porque cualquier acción que se haga con el árbol ya establecido al final implica cortar raíces, entonces es mejor dejarlos como están. Es imposible, hay veces que las obras de Madrid se quita un bordillo y el árbol va para abajo, o sea, ya ha crecido con esas condiciones. Hay veces que hay que dejarlos como están y hacerlo solo sobre lo nuevo.
As I understood, you were asking how could we get more space if we organize the circulation of cars? Yes. When we started this project, we didn't want to mess a lot around with the urban design because we tried to be involved with all these agents in the municipality, and it's very difficult. So we met with all of them and we told them, we are just worried with finding space for the trees. We are not going to discuss traffic because it will open an endless discussion. So we wouldn't get anywhere. So we said, no, we are not going to discuss where cars, and we are just saying we need space for the trees. And this is the minimum space. So let's play with this minimum space. And then we'll see what happens. That's why those models show you, and they are very traditional. There is nothing about the only, little innovation is that let's have more space for the trees. And even so, it doesn't solve the problem. It just opens the discussion. So it confronts the society and the decision makers and all of us with the need for more space. And if we don't have more space, we'll have to engage ourselves in a lot of maintenance. So it's an option. So we are not just giving you the right solution. With this space, you'll be happy forever. No, this is the starting point. So we made those exercises just showing with this you can start. So let's see what comes further. And of course, further we'll have an entire future to explore and a completely different society and a completely different idea about how public space need to be accessed by private transportation or public transportation or all sorts of movement we need to have there, all sorts of activities. But if you want to have trees, we have to start to open space for the trees. So that was our main aim. Thank you.
Thank you, Paulo.
Okay, must be time to go.
So
I
it's
think
a
that
lot.
means it's lunchtime,
Okay,
so I
it's
don't need to do my.
lunchtime.
I don't need to do
That's
my
what I was going
question.
to say. You have time for one last, very, very
Okay,
short question.
This is maybe it's a question comment. So, incredible presentations. The whole conference has been wonderful. My question is really beyond the scope of where you all looked. For those other in Madrid, it was 4 million arboles. The private trees, the trees in the residential yard, the only way to increase tree canopy is to plant in the private land, not just along the street, as we know, and not just in the city parks. It's on the other major percentage of ownership in cities is private land. And even here in downtown Porto, or where we are here, there in the back of a house, there is a yard, a small yard with a patio or an orange tree or maybe a shade tree. How do we increase the tree canopy in the entire city? How has anyone dealt with that here, or what are your thoughts on how do we increase tree canopy on the non-public land, which is actually the larger percentage of land in a city?
Con lo privado no podemos hacer nada. Hay iniciativas un poco como la de Fuenlabrada, el metropolitano, hacer huertos, pero cuesta mucho. Es bastante complicado. Al revés, lo privado muchas veces está intentando talar el árbol que tiene. Y sí que hay en el ayuntamiento una medida, es que siempre tienen que pedir permiso a los privados para podar y talar los árboles. Si no tienen ese permiso no pueden actuar, se les sanciona. ¿Has entendido?
Duarte is working with private, so yeah, go ahead.
No, your question could be the same for how do we can make agriculture in private land. Of course, here we will try like this, but we can oblige. So we have a big challenge to making trees because we need lots of trees around cities. We need farming around cities for well, I showed, but how can we do? That's a very interesting homework because, for instance, we are now contracting a study trying to know what kind of financial support is available to give legally to the private to open their agricultural land for recreation. It's service, it's green service. In the Netherlands, they do this, they pay, or in Germany sometimes they pay to open this pass, and the people will live with their landscape, which is private, but it's absolutely enough. We need to go for a path and using that absolutely nice view, and the state, the municipality has zero. We can pay something to that to go through, and then everything is rest. But we can do more. I know we can do more. People don't know that they can receive support. They can use compatible uses in agricultural soils. So it's very important to create a range of support that we can, with public funds or with technical support, leaving people to plant trees or to make the correct pruning or not cutting enough, or in private land with some support. And the master plan is not today enough, because the master plan is absolutely devoted to tell you can build, you cannot build, how do you can build, how much, and everything else is agriculture. And now it's agriculture, it's private, If the man doesn't want to agriculture, he will not farm, and we will lose. It will be Arundo Donax or Erva das Pampas, Cortaderia or whatever that is everywhere, because we have to go deep in the master plan for the land which is not for urbanization. It seems that the master plan is only for urbanization. When it's not, it's the rest. And we have to go further on this.
Okay, very well. Don't know if there's any short comment. Paul.
Well, when we were coming here this morning, I don't know if you noticed, but there was a construction company cutting all the Japanese maples, which are more than 30 years old, just right in front of this building in private land. I saw these maples being planted, yes, 35 years ago. It belonged to a bank. And now they are being cut. It probably they're going to renovate. The space is very small, but the trees are slow growing, Japanese maples, as you know, and they were fantastic, and they were there for 30 years. There is nothing, there are things we can do. The council needs to approve that. The council needs to manifest its authorization to do that. Maybe it did, maybe it don't, we don't know. But it's very difficult to intervene in private land. Since the Romans will be having this definition, strict definition of private and public. And private land is like a sanctuary where nothing can happen. We can regulate it, we can make all sorts of suggestions, but still we have to go deeper. The Northern Europeans, maybe you North Americans as well, have a lot of experiments which are good, ranging from taxes, from community involvement, from societal change, and we'll need to do that, or we need to address the type of ideology or politics.
Let me just say something. The same way private houses are a sanctuary, I think our chance to make the cities greener should be that the public space is also a sanctuary. So, for whatever reason, private cars are parked, not moving, parked in public land. That's the only chance we have in a dense city. So we should sanctuarize our public space. And Salvador Rueda didn't say it yesterday, but in Barcelona streets, which are 20 meters, 50% of the space was given to cars, but only 20% of the mobility was done by cars, and 80% was bicycles and pedestrian. So this amount of space doesn't even equal the fluxes. So let's make a lot of sanctuaries.
This was a very interesting ending for this session. Actually, thank you so much. I believe that we reached the core part of it. Of course, for me, a private tree is always of a public service, and I believe that same as you, we also have the Homo Brutus. So probably that's the ones that are doing the service. So. We thank you all for staying through the lunchtime. This is, of course, we're now reaching the end of the first Urban Greening Biennale. As you know, you can only organize something like this if you involve and engage a very large group of people. So, of course, I have to, again, mention the work of the chairs of the conference, Claudia and Isabel, all the volunteers that supported, the amazing group of speakers that you brought in here today. Of course, also the sponsors. You can see it was great to get inside this room and see a room full of plants, but also a room full of people. And that's also the other part that I really wanted to thank, which is to everybody that came. I see people from different municipalities, people from public, private sector, lots of students in here. So it's good and heartwarming to come and see a room so full of people. So a big round of applause for this organization. So, I have just a practical note, which is that in the afternoon at 3, you're going to have these amazing workshops. I see Pedrin here. You're going to have these amazing workshops and also amazing field trips. So please make sure that you join. This is an amazing opportunity. Even if you know some of the places, go in there and revisit them with the landscape architects because it makes a huge difference. And having said this, of course, let's all now take some time to settle all the knowledge and everything that has been gained in here. And let's hope that we all meet together for the 2026 Urban Biennale. Thank you.